Et bonjour! Streamlabs qui ne reconnaissait plus mon micro, ça arrive des fois, et dit tiens, je vais plutôt utiliser le micro de la manette pourrie que tu viens de brancher au PC. Sauf qu'en fait, il n'y a pas vraiment de vrai micro, hein. Manette, une fausse manette PS4, du coup, forcément, ça marche moins bien. Allez, on va mettre partage d'écran, hop, continuer l'aventure. On va trouver la daronne. Allez, hop, on continue, oui, allez. D'arriver dans la pièce avec toutes les œuvres d'art. Allez, trouve-nous des trucs intéressants là. Partir. Nope. Mhm. Voilà, voilà.
Celia. That name means nothing to me.
Bon, des tableaux, des tableaux. Des trucs. Beaucoup des altérations négatives là, parce que. Cool, j'en trouve plein.
The Song of Roland. Roland feeleth his death is near. His brain is oozing by either ear. With his brain oozing, it's already remarkable that he can feel anything. A fragment of amber. The Fall of Phaeton. Another painting by Rubens. Poor Phaeton, struck by lightning for borrowing his father's chariot and losing control of it. More a fragment of amber.
Oh, tiens. Et on est bien.
A painting with no name.
Ça va. Et là, la gorgone, ok. Continuons à fouiller tout le reste. Oh, yeah.
Devil's Thorn. I'll keep it.
Bon, on a tout pris dans la pièce. Bah, allez.
I've got to find out what Mother was trying to do with her. The Medusa. A hero armed with a sword? A hero with a lantern. And the last one holding a shield. I'll stake my life on it. All the statues form a single scene together. The poor devils are about to face the beast. Let's give them a helping hand. The clue I found said, "Beware hero. The beast always charges the best protected. That is its weakness." That's the key. The best protected hero is the one holding the shield. Thank you, Mother.
Ici. l'autre il a quoi? Un glaive, c'est ça? Ok.
The origin of myths, a reinterpretation of legendary creatures. Just what I need. The text is in French on the left-hand page and in Latin on the right hand. Let's find the chapter on the Medusa. Hang on. This version is significantly different from the regular one. It recounts how men have always belittled women in society. Harpies, mermaids, the chimera, the hydra, the gorgons. Ah, the section on the Medusa. While some of the heroes divert attention from the gorgon, the hero with the sword brandishes his weapon at the Medusa.
Bon, lui, je m'en doutais, c'est plus la lanterne, est-ce qu'elle va se refléter sur le bouclier pour éblouir Musa? Le héros avec Q? Ah oui, non. Déjà vers la méduse. Pour l'instant, je vais laisser comme ça. Et le bouclier. Ils sont tous vers la méduse là.
The clue I found said, "Beware hero. The beast always charges the best protected. That is its weakness." That's the key. The best protected hero is the one holding the shield. Thank you, Mother.
Celui-là, on y touche plus, c'est bon. Ça disait
Hang
quoi?
on. This version is significantly different from the regular one. It recounts how men have always belittled women in society. Harpies, mermaids, the chimera, the hydra, the gorgons. Ah, the section on the Medusa. While some of the heroes divert attention from the gorgon, the hero with the sword brandishes his weapon at the Medusa.
Alors que les héros détournaient l'attention de la gorgone. Trouver comment... Deux là avec son bouclier et sa lanterne. Il se tourne vers le bouclier lui.
If I respect the legend, I have to place the hero holding the shield in front of the Medusa. Except for here, it doesn't work. There must be something else.
Ça reflète la lumière, c'est comme ça. Voilà, on a économisé les points.
Whoa.
Ah bah.
For Pete's sake, Emily! You scared the pants off me. Don't ever do that again.
Well, keep your nose out of my business then.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Stop fooling around and tell me what you're doing here.
Oh yeah? So tell me what you're doing here.
I
Yeah, just like me.
probably, but I asked the question first.
Well then, we'll pretend you haven't asked me yet.
What about a little gallantry, Louis? Come on, I'm listening. What are you doing here?
I admit everything, madam. You win. I've been bitten by the same bug as you.
I beg your pardon?
We can't resist being where we shouldn't, seeking out our host's little secrets. So, we have that in common, right?
I really thought you were going to answer me this time. Well, no matter. I'll tolerate your presence this one time. Now, since you're here, make yourself useful. Look around on your side. I'll do the same on mine. And if you find anything of interest, let me know.
Oh, yeah. In your dreams. At your service, madam.
C'est de 0. D'accord.
The heavenly symbols refer to Pandora's box. Emily, I'm pretty sure I've got Pandora's box.
Of course you have. You see an earthen pot and you immediately assume it can only be Pandora's box. Logical. What I like about you, Louis, is that you never fail to surprise me.
Emily, what if I open the jar? Would that then make man responsible for all the evils?
Try. It'll make a change. All right, can we move on now?
I do love your irony, but honestly, are you ever impressed by anything you see?
By a chamber pot? No, you really do need to do better than that.
Déception.
A golden fleece.
It's freezing. Hurry up.
Do you think that can really be Jason's golden fleece?
No, you are aware that Jason and the Argonauts is a myth, aren't you?
But Mortimer's been protecting this hide. It must be of great value, don't you think?
Certainly of historical value. This kind of hide is still used by gold diggers in Eastern Europe. Now you see how easy it is to obtain a legend.
Why do you have to act so nonchalant every time I show you something?
Louis, anyone can kill a sheep, rip off its hide, and say it's the Golden Fleece.
We're at Lord Mortimer's, not at some farmyard fair. You're just too skeptical.
And you have a tendency to believe anything. Talk about an unlikely pair.
Yet, you know opposites attract, don't you?
Oh, c'est pas une invitation à rejoindre sa chambre, ça.
An unofficial gospel? You'd be more likely to find this kind of book at the Vatican.
Nothing special. The library at Buckingham has 3.
The Gospel according to Judas, or How to Crucify Jesus as part of God's plan. You do realize that the contents of this book could undermine the very foundations of Christianity.
One more reason to leave it in the secret room of a lost manor on a private island.
Do you realize how important this book is?
Of course, but what I really want to know is how did it come into Mortimer's possession?
I was thinking the same thing about all the paintings and sculptures in the manor. How did the English manage to get their hands on them?
When someone wants to attract the attention of the world's leading power, somehow the gifts just pour in.
You wouldn't have gone to the Vatican recently, would you?
Are you calling me a thief?
Certainly not. Never entered my mind. Guess what I found?
The Holy Grail.
Older than that.
A piece of Noah's Ark.
Not that old.
This could go on for hours. Just tell me.
Caesar's laurel wreath. Do you know why laurel wreaths are used and not, say, mistletoe or another plant?
The laurel wreath symbolized glory in Roman times.
In your opinion, what kind would suit me best?
A crown of nettles.
Ok, super, bonne ambiance. Excalibur, là.
You should see this sword, Emily. It's magnificent.
I'm busy. Describe it to me.
I think this is Excalibur, King Arthur's sword. I've always dreamt of drawing it from the stone.
How sweet you're still clinging to your boyhood dreams. When you finished playing, maybe you can help me search the place?
A fragment of amber.
Mais non.
Here's something interesting. A manor in Maine, hundreds of acres of land in Catalonia, properties in Shanghai. Incredible. Some of these deeds are over 600 years old, and all signed by the hand of Mortimer.
I wonder if that's what inspired my mother's attention. How come all these documents have Mortimer's signature on them?
Do you think all these properties really belong to him?
See those fine scratches around the words?
Yes, and?
The ink barely spreads on the paper. It spreads exactly the same way on the signature. The deed was written using the same ink. If it is a fake, then it's a professional job. Several people have played the part of Mortimer, a part that has been passed down from generation to generation. Different men, but with one sole identity.
An intriguing hypothesis, and yet less twisted than some of my previous cases.
At last, you finally agree with me about something.
These documents are intriguing, but do you really think that's what attracted your mother's attention here?
And how do you know my mother was interested in this room?
I didn't know, I just supposed she was. And you just confirmed it. So, do you think she found what she came for?
I don't know. She was obsessed with Mortimer, and I must confess, these property deeds are troubling.
If that's the case, why would she have left them?
Once again, I don't know. We'll have to ask her when we find her. And what's your take? Mortimer's collection is unique, isn't it?
That's an understatement. No doubt he has a major passion for history and fine art, or getting gifts.
If each time Mortimer does someone a favor, they reward him with a priceless gift, that means he must have helped nearly everybody in the world. I wonder why my mother didn't make it clear what she was interested in here.
She didn't have time to write it down, or maybe she wasn't sure of what she was looking for.
Or she wanted to protect her discoveries. It's disturbing.
You'll just have to search the rest of the room. Maybe you'll find something. What is that you found?
A cameo pendant. What's going on?
Nothing.
For crying out loud, Emily, you lunged for that jewel like your life depended on it. Tell me what this is about.
No. We just met, Louis. I like you, but I can't just suddenly open myself up like a book to you.
Listen, Emily. It seems pretty obvious to me that you haven't come here for the sole purpose of sampling Mortimer's cellar. Stop all the clever evasions and just trust me.
And why the hell should I place my trust in you, Louis?
Merde, déjà elle. Quoi ce truc? Ouais, vulnérable à psycho, il faut éviter la logique. D'accord, psycho, allez. Regardez, c'est bon. Ça coûte 3. Cher.
When are you going to understand that I just want to help you?
What do you expect? That I'll fall into your arms and say yes to everything you want?
What are you talking about? I'm only asking you to trust me a little.
If only on principle, as a member of the Golden Order, for example.
I'll admit you are fairly reliable.
That's it? I was expecting more.
Well, I'm prepared to trust you when it comes to choosing a French cheese. But I've nothing to gain by confiding in you any further than that.
Nothing to gain? Damn it, Emily! I'm only trying to help you. Stop needing to gain something all the time.
Because you think I need help?
Just like everyone. You have your strengths and your weaknesses. And there's no use pretending otherwise.
Ha! And I bet you found out where I'm weak, haven't you?
Psycho du coup. C'est bien ça, hein? Ah oui, psycho.
You think your scathing wit protects you, but in fact, it makes you blind. No sooner have people introduced themselves than you already see them in a bad light. You play the part of a strong woman, and yes, you are a strong woman, of course. But what I see is a sensitive young lady who lacks self-confidence. Stop adopting a defensive posture, and you'll see just how quickly new doors will open.
There is some truth to what you say. I might have some weaknesses, but I don't need your help to overcome them. And I'm simply not contemplating collaborating with anyone at this time. Do you understand?
Déjà, merde. Oui.
Oh, it's crystal clear. You don't like people telling you what to do, and you do like giving the orders to everyone.
If I were the matron you speak of, I would have found an underling to search this place, and I would be sound asleep in my bed.
Ah, bah non.
I already have a work partner. I know my weaknesses. I don't doubt that your abilities will be of use to me, but I already have all that, thanks to my teammate.
Is there any chance you might tell me who he is?
No, I've already said too much. Consider yourself lucky I've even given you this much. It's extremely rare, believe me.
Come on, don't stop now that you've come this far. You know that eventually I'll end up making you talk.
Well, since no one can resist you, let's see if you can guess who my partner is.
You're a gambler. So, your partner is...
Père. Et un membre de l'ordre.
Chances are, you're working with a member of the Order.
The only members of the Order other than ourselves are your mother and Mr. Washington. The former has sadly gone missing. As for the latter, I knew nothing of his arrival. Incidentally, you must have noticed how inefficiently our Order communicates internationally.
It's as obvious as it is surprising. You're my mother's hard-hitting partner.
Oh, God, do you really believe
bah,
the
dis donc.
nonsense that comes out of your mouth?
Well, a second ago I did. A little.
Sorry, Louis, your mother is not my partner.
On a quoi là? Son vieux mari, son père. Santé sa mère, hein.
Your partner must be your mother.
I would need to know who she is first.
Ah bah putain!
Forgive me, I didn't know.
I'm an orphan. I thought you'd figured that out.
No, I didn't know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have mentioned it.
Now you know. Right, time is short. You haven't convinced me. I prefer to remain discreet. Don't
Bah,
take it the wrong way. All I can tell you is I'm looking for my sister. And if I reacted so strongly at the sight of the cameo pendant, it's because I thought it belonged to her. But it
Putain,
doesn't.
l'orpheline, elle a une sœur, foutez-vous de ma
I
gueule.
understand. I won't insist.
It's time to leave.
Là, c'était full au pif, puisqu'on n'a jamais pu rentrer dans sa chambre pour savoir qui elle était. Donc,
So, what do you think of our first adventure?
I must admit it has been fun by your side.
Same here.
Oh, she's been drinking too much again.
Louis, I need to talk to you right now.
Good evening, Elizabeth. Actually, this is not a good time.
I'm begging you, please don't leave me alone.
I'll be waiting for you in your room, but don't be late.
ça, c'est pas comme invitation, ça.
I was sure there was a certain je ne sais quoi between us.
Louis, we need to talk now. Otherwise, it'll be too late.
Looks like Elizabeth really needs me, but if I start talking to her, for sure Emily won't wait for me. What should I do? Sorry, Emily, but I can't leave Elizabeth like this. All right, Elizabeth. How can I help?
Thank you. Come on, follow me. I really need to talk to you, Louis, right now.
Does Lord Mortimer know the mess you've made of your room?
Listen to me, damn it! My days are numbered.
Elizabeth, I don't know if it's about my mother again, but I'm telling you, you've nothing to be afraid of. She didn't come here for you.
Attends, elle, sa personnalité. C'est qui elle déjà? Interrogatoire, il faut éviter psycho et manipulation.
Saw her.
Saw who? You saw my mother? When?
Just last night. I went out to walk along the cliff top and I saw her in the distance. She tried to hide right away, but I'm sure it was her.
Are you saying you recognized my mother in the middle of the night? While she was hiding?
Yes, Louis, I know it was her.
You just said she was far away, right? In the middle of the night. And the exterior of the island isn't exactly well lit.
Listen, I'm telling you, it was her.
Did you talk to each other?
No, she was far away. I didn't make any noise, and then she was gone.
Have you told anyone you've seen her? Sir Holm? Mortimer?
You don't understand. It's her. She's here.
Yes, I understand.
No, you're not listening. The moment I saw her, I was overcome by spasms. She's here. I'm telling you, it was her. Yes, I need something to calm me down.
I'll drink with you, but let's go easy on it, okay? I don't know where she gets her rot gut from, but frankly, it's disgusting.
You know, Louis, when I came here, it was in the hope of getting help. I've only just now realized that I've been drawn here into a trap.
Whoa. The alcohol's gone to my head.
Here, the condemned's last drink.
Je vais suivre.
Man, I need to take it easy with the booze. At this rate, I won't last the
Qu'il soit une
night.
altération.
Let's go easy on the drinking, okay? Alcohol won't solve our problems. Ugh, the second one isn't any easier.
So, do you want to know why she did all those things to me, or not? Even if it changes the image you have of her forever?
What was she trying to cure you of then?
Of the one illness she never managed to treat me for.
No, Elizabeth. I won't follow you.
What's the matter? Little Louis's afraid to look at the true face of his mother? You know my rules. Drink up.
Allez.
Come on, Elizabeth. We have to finish what we started. I feel all dizzy. There must have been a reason. Just tell me. Tell me what my mother treated you for.
She wanted to silence them.
What? What are you talking about? Silence what?
The voices. The voices in my head. They speak to me, Louis. They've always told me what to do. They say nasty things to me.
Elizabeth, are you saying that spirits talk to you?
You're right. Sometimes there are several voices. How did you know?
No, listen, I don't know anything. I'm just repeating what you said.
They want me. Want me just for themselves. They talk to me all the time. Yet your mother did everything to make them go away. Ever since I was little. And look at the result.
It's impossible, Mother. You spent your life trying to prove that the supernatural doesn't exist. Why punish this poor girl? Oh, shit. What has she done to you?
Uh-oh, Louis. Are you starting to believe me?
No, but
Too bad it's all been for nothing. They're still there, you know.
What do you mean? They're still talking to you?
All the time. Despite everything Sarah put me through, I still hear them. And here I am on a lost island, knowing that no one knows me. And I find myself here at the exact same time as her. You see? You understand? You sense it too. I'm going to die here. I beg you, tell me you believe me.
I'm here, Elizabeth. I'm right here with you. And I do believe you.
Thank you, Louis. You know, despite what people might think, I'm not crazy.
My God, Elizabeth, how's this possible?
Welcome to my world, Lil Louis. Welcome to my life.
Let's not rush into things. You have nothing to fear here. I'm with you. And anyway, my mother's gone missing. You're not in any danger.
That's not what the voices say.
Listen to me. Don't give up. You must resist. And tomorrow, you'll see. Things will be better.
You like my little concoction, don't you? That's rare.
What?
It no longer has any effect on me. But my guests generally don't appreciate me mixing alcohol with laudanum.
What? You put laudanum in my drink?
In both. Don't worry, my little Louis. We'll sink down to the bottom together.
Oh man, I feel like puking. I really feel like shit. I gotta get back.
Don't worry, Louis. I'm here now. I'll take good care of you.
What is this bitch gonna do to me? Don't touch me! Just leave. If I get up, I'll fall.
Oh, little Louie's tired. Leave everything to me. Just let go.
Mademoiselle, may I come in?
My head. I shouldn't have drunk so much. Oh, shit.
Elizabeth!
Alors. Sciences linguistiques et audition. Donc ça on aura. ça aussi. La confiance subterfuge. Ah oui, c'est les serrures, ok. Faut mettre le dernier point. Ici. Ah merde, nous ne devons pas lire un bouquin finalement. Je pensais lire un bouquin et du coup j'ai récupéré 2 compétences niveau 2, mais même pas.
How many times must I tell you? You must never put your life on the line for me.
Mother has always had a fascination for Lord Mortimer, but has never wanted to tell me why.
We are doing our utmost to find your mother as quickly as possible. Without your mother, hundreds of men of the cloth would have gone to the guillotine.
All I can tell you is I'm looking for my sister.
Do you believe your mother capable
Ah, on avait
of
parlé de sa
torturing a
sœur.
child?
J'ai rien retenu.
An agreement for cannons. Lord Mortimer assured me that you are to take over the project on behalf of your mother.
Johann Christoph von Wollner, Minister of Religious Affairs, and Jacques Peroux, French Revolutionary Tribunal Judge. You will find that Lord Mortimer is not what one would call conventional, Monsieur de Richet. Monsieur de Richet, I am arresting you for the murder of Elizabeth Adams.
Ah, voilà. On va en remettre un autre. Nickel. Alors, étiquette. Logique. Étiquette logique ou manipulation. De la logique. C'est bon, il y a... voilà. Ça, niveau 2.
Is there nothing you want to say, Louis?
It wasn't me. I didn't kill her.
I'd much rather have met you under different circumstances.
Lord Mortimer, believe me, I'm very conscious of the gravity of the situation. Everything seems to point to me as the one who killed Elizabeth, but I swear I am innocent.
Out of respect for your mother, rest assured that I do want to believe you.
and all I want is to be able to prove it to you. When do we start?
We already have. Tell me, Louis, how do you feel?
Je pas étiquette. 4. Plus 1.
I feel a bit disoriented.
That's only normal in your situation. You can hardly say you've been left unscathed lately. First, the disappearance of your mother, and now, this murder.
Where are you going with this, my lord?
Sarah's behavior grew odd before her disappearance. Her attitude changed. She became prey to outbursts of violence and a number of temporary absences. I'm just trying to make sure that you don't go getting lost like your mother did.
You're not suggesting that I might have killed Elizabeth and that I don't remember, are you?
I don't know, Louis. It's just that what with your mother and now you, it's rather a lot. The more I take stock of the situation, the more I'm under the impression that you've been set up. But before going any further, I must inform you that Sir Gregory is about to arrive. He is coming to question you about the murder of poor Elizabeth, whom he was very fond of. He is quite determined to find the culprit, whomever they may be. So, convince him of your innocence. Then we can continue this conversation.
William, I would like to see you a moment before we begin. In private.
Let's step outside a moment. Louis, this will only take a few moments.
All right, let's take this chance to look around.
Please, sit back down, Louis.
This sort of behavior is not working in your favor, young man. Monsieur de Richet, you were found standing over Miss Adams' body. We must shed some light on your responsibility in this tragedy. We shall then decide on your fate. But you must know that if you do not convince us of your innocence, it will cost you dearly. Now you are going to tell us everything that happened last night, without leaving any detail out. First things first, how did your evening begin?
Il m'a tiré dans sa chambre.
Duchess Hillsborough and I were returning to our rooms when Elizabeth came upon us.
Oh, so you were with the Duchess?
Yes, we were talking. We were walking up the stairs, and it was late.
Where did you come from?
I don't remember.
Réduit de prendre.
We came from the small salon, I believe, and
And then?
we were heading for our rooms when Elizabeth burst into the corridor, barely dressed. She was panic-stricken and insisted on speaking to me. So I found myself in Elizabeth's room. We sat down together. She insisted we have a drink, or she would refuse to confide in me.
What exactly did she want to speak about at such a late hour?
She was panicked. She claimed she had just seen my mother on the island.
Did she say where she saw her?
I'm not sure, but I think she spoke of a cave.
A cave? Strange.
Let us continue. And what happened next?
Then she told me she had poured laudanum in my glass. The next minute I was on the floor. When I woke up, she was lying in a pool of blood.
That is all you had to say? You expect us to believe that you have no idea what happened to her?
Yes, because I'm telling you the truth.
How can you possibly expect us to believe you?
Gregory, we must consider every possibility. Louis, do you have any idea who could have done it?
Judging by the situation, I'm at the top of your list of suspects.
William gave you every opportunity to shift suspicion onto someone else. You have a very strange method of defending yourself, young man.
So, Louis, what would your motive be?
Well, given the abuse
que
my
je vais
mother
être honnête,
inflicted
non.
on the young woman, I might have wanted to protect her reputation, and tried to hush it up by getting rid of the only witness.
That makes sense.
But thinking about it, it also makes your mother the ideal suspect. And since us suspecting you is not the best form of defense, do you want to try again?
Faut que j'accuse ma mère.
Well, even if I can't believe for a single instant that my mother could have murdered someone in that manner, she might have wanted to stop Elizabeth from speaking about their mutual past. And things might have turned nasty.
It is indeed a possibility.
I would like to thank you for helping us shed light on what happened last night. To be honest, you are not the only suspect. I'm prepared to believe you were drugged. Our poor Elizabeth hid the stuff everywhere, and I could smell laudanum on you 3 yards away.
So you knew it wasn't me from the start?
We weren't sure. Louis, I am sorry, but everything points in the same direction. I only know one person on this island who might have had a big enough grudge against Elizabeth, who has no alibi, and whose behavior is, well, suspect. Not to mention dangerous.
Tell me what happened before my arrival. I think I've been patient enough.
You don't need us for any of this. So come along, Monsieur Peru. We are leaving.
Right. It's time we spoke about your mother, Louis.
She seems to be making every effort to steer clear of your guests.
What do you mean?
For the past few weeks, my mother's been playing cat and mouse, if you will. I don't know why, but it wouldn't surprise me to learn that she's trying to avoid someone. The question is, who?
And in your opinion, would she be the cat or the mouse?
I'd like to answer the cat, but unfortunately I'm increasingly worried that she's, in fact, the mouse.
That doesn't make me feel any better, Louis.
What was the official reason why my mother came to your island?
I knew about your mother's activities, and yours, in the Golden Order. I thought we had everything to gain by working together.
You mean the cannon deal with Monsieur Bonaparte?
Among others, yes. How did you hear about that?
Monsieur Bonaparte came to speak to me about it yesterday, during lunch.
I see. So impetuous. He was supposed to let me speak to you about it first. Our friend Napoleon desperately needed financial backing to properly equip his army. I took it upon myself to back him because I have a firm conviction that he can go far.
We shall see. However, there's one thing that surprises me. Isn't Bonaparte a bit young to deserve so much attention?
Well, you come straight to the point. I like that. Indeed, if you knew just how much you remind me of him. Trust me, I'll wager that Monsieur Napoleon will soon prove himself. I'm working on it, at least. Once this deal was closed, I had big plans for Sarah.
Such as what?
You see, I've invited several influential figures on my island to present them with a project at the conference. It will be presented later today. I thought that the Golden Order had a role to play. And I still think so. I was hoping Sarah would be able to join us.
I see.
Indeed, if by chance your mother decided not to return to us before the conference, would you do me the great honor of attending? If only to follow the deliberations while waiting for her to duly take her seat.
Why not? We shall see.
Ah, thank you so much. In this way, you'll be able to keep your mother informed of what is said. There's something else I'd like to briefly go over. Earlier, you asked me the official reason for your mother's presence here. Is there an off-the-record reason why your mother came here?
If only my mother trusted me, but she remained very mysterious. I'd have been delighted to answer your question.
Is this usual for her?
As head of the Order, secrets are her bread and butter, as you can imagine. That said, it's the first time she hasn't let me in on the reason for her trip. And it intrigues me, to tell you the truth.
Well, I am sure that Sarah will explain everything once she reappears. There's something I still don't get. In your opinion, why would your mother remain in hiding over several weeks?
Her not coming back to the manor after so long makes me wonder if she is wary of someone.
Well, certainly. But whom? The only ones who were present during her stay were Sir Gregory, Duchess Hillsborough, Mr. von Wollner, and myself.
You forget Elizabeth Adams, my lord.
That's true. But Gregory and I arranged it so that they wouldn't run into each other. I thought it had worked. Do you think that your mother felt she was in danger because of Elizabeth?
It's possible.
The only thing I can tell you is that Sarah had indeed changed. At the beginning of her stay here, we enjoyed spending time together, solving the world's problems.
You seem to know my mother very well, my lord. What did you talk about together?
Oh, as soon as we had a little free time, we liked to share points of view about practically any subject. We would find ourselves embarked on interminable discussions that could go from Monsieur Blanchard's flight in a hot air balloon to the Treaty of Jassy, or the adoption of the metric system in France last year, or even Mr. Eli Whitney's invention in the United States.
Ah, yes. His famous cotton gin. It was supposed to revolutionize cotton production in the United States.
It will revolutionize the world, Louis. The potential of this invention is much greater. Tomorrow, all industries will be switching to simple but large-scale production. Of that, I'm sure.
I'm surprised she didn't get you started on the Crusades. It was her favorite subject.
Are you joking? Sarah and I spent entire days together reliving them. It so happens that the Crusades are also my subject of predilection, especially the Third. My ancestor distinguished himself brilliantly during the siege of Saint-Jean d'Acre.
Mother lulled my childhood with tales of the Crusades. How Richard the Lionheart and Philip Augustus had to battle it out to achieve their ends. And how Guy de Lusignan, having broken his word, launched the siege of Saint-Jean d'Acre.
Oh, I see Sarah's lessons have inspired new enthusiasts. Good on you, because not everyone can claim they know as much at your age. Your mother is a very well-read woman. You're quite lucky to have her as a model, Louis.
Yes, I know. But I'm still very worried.
I must admit, there are worse things to worry about now, Louis.
What do you mean?
Since she disappeared, your mother has been seen once. Her behavior on the evening of your arrival greatly surprised Gregory and myself. She resurfaced to attack Emma, Emily Hillsborough's twin sister. And she shot her with a pistol. Then, before Gregory could intervene, she ran off and disappeared again.
I beg your pardon? Hang on. Emily has a twin sister who knew my mother? What's she playing at, goddammit? That means my vision on the wharf, it was actually happening inside the manor. Mother shot Emily's sister? The very person she came looking for? Why would she do that? Excuse me, but between that and the childhood of Lady Adams, it's all a bit much for me to cope with. I need to piece it all together again to see things more clearly. You said that you spent a lot of time talking together at the beginning. What happened for that to change?
I'm afraid I haven't much to tell you. The more the days went by, the more she withdrew into herself. She never gave me an explanation, until the day came when she purely and simply disappeared.
Where did she go when she wanted to be alone?
She would shut herself away in a room we use as a box room upstairs.
Would you allow me to go there?
Naturally, Louis, of course. I'll send you a servant to open it.
Thank you.
That's all I can tell you about the disappearance of your mother, Louis. I would like to have been more helpful.
I shall stay on her trail and follow up any leads.
Thank you. We will meet later on to welcome our last guest. In the meantime, I shall get someone to open the box room upstairs for you.
Thank you. The room is just opposite Mortimer's study. There are burnt papers in the chimney. There's a legible fragment left. Hey, I recognize my mother's handwriting. She says, we must find a safer way to communicate. Someone is onto us. Trust in my faith in the man with the sword. So Mother had an accomplice here. Who could it be? Who could she be suspicious of? I must find the next part. Faith, sword. I recognize her love of riddles there.
Dante's Paradise.
Raise your head and be reassured, for what comes up here from the mortar world must ripen in our rays.
Quoi cette boisse là?
Dante's Paradise.
Raise your head and be reassured, for what comes up here from the
Je
mortar
derrière ce
world
truc qu'ils ont
must
fait.
ripen in our rays.
What is this disc? Oh, that reminds me of the ones my mother collects. It's magnetic.
Ou pas. Non.
The door appears to be locked on the other side. I think I heard something fall to the ground. A metallic sound, like a key falling to the floor. I'll see if it works. It's open.
A chest with the occult symbol representing air. The New Testament. Wherefore, as by one man sin entered into the world, and death by sin, and so death passed upon all men, for all have sinned. St. John is known as the youngest of Christ's apostles, when we often give credit to St. John for having written about the apocalypse in the last book of the Bible. It's St. John, painted by Guido Reni. St. John is known as the youngest of Christ's apostles, when we often give credit to St. John for having written about the apocalypse in the last book of the Bible. Painting of St. Mark from the collection of the Apostles by Guido Reni. The drawing of the Apostle Matthew, painted by Guido Reni. He's represented as writing the word of the Lord, transmitted by the Holy Spirit, who appears here in the guise of an angel. He that believeth on him is not condemned, but he that believeth not is condemned already, because he hath not believed in the name of the only begotten Son of God. And he, bearing his cross, went forth into a place called the place of a skull, which is called in Hebrew Golgotha. I and my Father are one. Now there is at Jerusalem by the sheep market a pool, which is called in the Hebrew tongue Bethesda, having 5 porches.
Oh, l'homme et les pêches. Quelqu'un qui a une épée.
Several portraits of apostles, all signed by Guido Reni. Looks like someone touched this commode recently. There are fingerprints on the sheets and in the dust.
sang with a loud voice, "Worthy is the Lamb that was slain to receive power and riches and wisdom and strength and honor and glory and blessing." And a voice came out of the throne, saying, "Praise our God, all ye his servants, and ye that fear him, both small and great." And I heard a voice in the midst of the four beasts say, "A measure of wheat for a penny, and 3 measures of barley for a penny, and see thou hurt not the oil and the wine." And the woman was given 2 wings of a great eagle, that she might fly into the wilderness, into her place, where she is nourished for a time, and times, and half a time, from the face of the serpent. Hey, a new note. It's been folded carefully in the corner of this page. The writing, it's not my mother's. S. I found the book in your effects. I've concealed it where no one can get their hands on it. I can assure you, awaiting your instructions, I will hear your reply like he who hears the angel. Hears the angel? What does that mean? Oh, it's probably the place where she was expecting to get the location of the next note. A drawing of the Apostle Matthew, painted by Guido Reni. He's represented as writing the word of the Lord, transmitted by the Holy Spirit, who appears here in the guise of an angel. And said, "For this cause shall a man leave father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and they twain shall be one flesh." And great multitudes were gathered together unto him, so that he went into a ship and sat, and the whole multitude stood on the shore. But Jesus turned him about, and when he saw her, he said, "Daughter, be of good comfort. Thy faith hath made thee whole." And the woman was made whole from that hour.
Alors,
Take heed that ye practice your justice before men, to be seen differently by them. Otherwise, ye shall have no reward of your Father which is in heaven.
je comprends absolument pas. J'écouterai votre réponse comme celui qui écoute l'ange. Bah, c'est exactement ce que j'ai fait. Là, c'est Saint Matthieu. J'ai regardé les trucs chez Saint Matthieu. Rien.
A drawing of the Apostle Matthew, painted by Guido Reni. He's represented as writing the word of the Lord, transmitted by the Holy Spirit,
Parce
who
qu'ils attendent
appears
de
here
moi,
in
là.
the guise of an angel.
Non, bah, y a pas plus, hein. Évangile sans Saint Matthieu, voilà. Voilà, j'arrive même pas à voir ce qui est écrit.
And suddenly there came a sound from heaven like a
Oh,
rushing mighty
ouais,
wind,
super.
and it filled all the house where they were sitting. And there were 7 sons of one Sceva, a Jew, and chief of the priests which did so. And he became very hungry, and would have eaten, but while they were made ready, he fell into a trance. Hey, there's a note here. A message from Mother in reply to E. We must leave urgently, but first I absolutely must go beyond the nightmare. Watch out for Volner.
he figured out I was avoiding him. Allay suspicion. See you tomorrow evening. Stand ready. For now, let's cease all communication until we meet. Take care of yourself. I suppose this must be the last message. What happened afterward?
C'est n'importe quoi là.
If it's what I suspect, I fear the worst. What did Mother mean by, I absolutely must go beyond the nightmare? I must go beyond the nightmare. What does she mean by that? I'm guessing it's a metaphor. I need to figure out what this means. Mortimer's getting his guests together. I ought to join them so I don't look suspicious.
A devil's thorn, to be used to uncover the best disguised traits.
J'ai pas compris ce générateur aussi. Ok. Bon, on a quoi donc? Pour l'étiquette. Diversion. Manipulation. Quatre points à mettre. Que j'ai bientôt là. Mais je crois que j'ai un truc là. Où je gagne en subterfuge. Un truc élevé où je gagne bientôt en subterfuge là. Un truc niveau 1. Ça a rien. Pas de niveau à monter ce truc là. 11 points. C'est beaucoup. Je vais mettre étiquette.
It's time I went back and joined everyone in the small salon.
fouiller un petit peu les chambres avant, là. On peut retourner chez Napoléon, moi. Il y a un truc que je pouvais pas lire. Maintenant, j'ai la compétence pour. Est-ce que je vais pouvoir changer l'épisode, c'est trop tard maintenant? Je pense que oui.
President George Washington.
J'ai personne. Oh bordel. Voilà.
Emily, I must speak to you.
What's the matter, Louis?
I have news about your sister.
What have you found out?
Look, I've started piecing together the events leading up to my mother's disappearance and your sister's. Did my mother know about your secret?
Yes, even though I belong to the English chapter, her rank in the Order gives her access to a good deal of personal information.
It must have been Emma I saw in my vision.
I was given to understand that my mother and your sister bonded during their stay. If Mother's really killed her sister, I'd better find her by myself. They say they spent a lot of time together. They got along well.
Oh, really? Do you think your mother liked Duchess Hillsborough?
Of course she did. After all, she's your sister. Well, we'll find them, Emily. Trust me.
Should I speak to her about my vision? If what I saw is true, she might want to take revenge. I better keep that to myself for the time being.
Come, Louis. They're waiting for us.
You will pay dearly, Peru. I'm sure you were involved somewhere along the line.
That's right. Pretend you don't know. One piece of advice. Don't travel through France on your way back, or it'll cost you dearly.
Calm now, my friends. Let's calm down. Everyone seems to be a little unnecessarily heated. Don't forget where you are, please.
What's going on here exactly?
Sir Gregory called us together to introduce the last guest. But hardly had we arrived when he set upon Monsieur Peru.
And who is this charming character?
Manuel Godoy, the Duke of La Alcudia. He's the head of the Spanish government, Monsieur de Richet. He's the one who, in practice, controls Spain.
How could you dare do such a thing? Dios mío, you are all out of your minds!
Really, Duke Manuel? What made you kick up such a fuss?
What? Have you not heard? Well, let me inform you that yesterday morning at 10:22 a.m. precisely, in the middle of the Place de la Révolution in Paris, by decree of the National Convention which Monsieur Peru works for, King Louis was guillotined.
What? Oh, no.
The King of France is dead, gentlemen. Our monarchies are in danger. I have said it before. How dare they?
Oh, comment ils sont hostiles.
Oh dear. Oh, as if it...
Gracious.
Friends, let us calm down.
Don't pretend to be surprised. He got a fair trial.
Ridiculous! Bastard! He was sentenced to death by 361 votes. to 360. You beheaded a king for one vote! Is that your democracy?
What an obnoxious act. Until anything was possible. This political coup will have grave consequences.
France is lost.
Gentlemen, please. Let us take a step back a moment.
In the name of holiness. He was the highest representative of God in France, Emily.
If I remember rightly, what Mother told me one night, King Louis was secretly also part of the Order. I wonder what impact his death will have on us.
Sad news, sir.
Merci pour ta participation.
With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
Louis Maras de Richet.
Are you related to Sarah de Richet?
Sarah is his mother, Duke. Gentlemen, this news affects us all, but I must ask you to remain calm. It's not the first time history has taken us by surprise. Let's ensure that our respective countries are allowed to respond appropriately to this news.
Oh, rest assured. The response will not fall short, my friend.
Good for you. Well, Your Grace, here I was preparing to introduce you as is proper, and you've beaten me to it. I'm delighted that we are all together at last. Our meeting will therefore be able to kick off shortly. I have just a few more little preparations to take care of before you all find out the reason for your presence here. In the meantime, I shall leave you to get to know one another. When you hear the bell, please proceed to the conclave room on my left, behind that door. I'll see you later.
Could you spare a moment, please, sir?
I'm glad you asked. I want to talk to you, too.
Of course.
I heard about your mother's disappearance.
He looks concerned. I don't know why, but I doubt it's from sympathy alone. Well, let's see what he wants from me.
Any news of her? Have you found her, maybe?
Why? Is there something you particularly wanted from her?
No, not specially.
My questions made him feel uneasy, but he's keeping his emotions under control.
Your mother and I used to often speak together. I have rarely met someone so learned. To tell you the truth, I was about to make a deal with her. Did she tell you about our arrangement?
The cat's out of the bag now. More or less, but please do refresh my memory.
Yes, of course. Nothing of great importance in itself. During one of our discussions, she spoke of an old book, which might have been of interest to me, and she had agreed to let me have it.
A book about what?
Ancient occultism. As you are aware, I am a doctor of theology. You might have come across some old books in her belongings, perhaps?
The least one can say is that he doesn't beat around the bush.
Sarah never travels without a few books. What does the one you're looking for look like exactly?
It resembles a grimoire. It's divided into 7 parts, each one individually locked. It was made in such a way that if someone tried to tamper with it, the sheets would be permanently tarnished. It's a unique copy. There's only one.
The mere mention of it makes his face light up.
Well, I'll take a closer look, but I can't promise you anything.
Allez,
You
on va
seem
réussir.
very upset. Is it so important to you, this book?
Well, it's the search of a lifetime. What can I say? Every time I move closer to it, it seems to slip away at the last minute. I was very surprised to learn that your mother had it in her possession. I thought it was with a certain von Borchardt in Paris. Do you know him?
Oui, manipulation.
Indeed. One of your close friends?
No, not really, but we were close once. Precisely over the case that concerns us now, because he claimed to have the book I'm looking for.
Another dishonest person.
Oh.
What can you say? Can't trust anyone these days, huh?
No. No, you can't.
I hope I've been able to satisfy your curiosity, Mr. von Volner, and that you succeed in finding what you're looking for.
Oh, and so do I.
And now, what if you told me who you really are working for, instead of keeping up this pretense?
I beg your pardon?
We both know what you're looking for, von Volner. You're the one who von Burchard was planning to sell it to.
For centuries, all those who have come into contact with the Al-Azif have bitterly regretted it, Monsieur de Richet. You are playing a dangerous game. Please know that I am working for someone who does not appreciate anyone poking around in his business.
Let me guess. Your dear king, I should think.
What? You mean Frederick William? Oh, my poor fellow. You are miles away. That stupid, pretentious puppet wields no real power. But seeing as you do not wish to be serious, so be it. Good luck to you.
Putain, je sais pas, je devinais, je veux voir. Hein. Il y a Napoléon, il n'y a rien d'autre dans le coin. Sur Napoléon. Hein.
Monsieur Bonaparte, may I speak with you a moment?
May we?
Does expression "go beyond the nightmare" mean anything to you at all?
Well, metaphorically, yes. It sums up the career of a soldier quite well. I doubt that is what you want to hear, though.
Indeed. That's surely not what I'm looking for.
Well, monsieur, if you are looking for a phrase book, Lord Mortimer must surely have one, given the number of books he has. You ought to check in the library of the tower. You never know.
What do you think of Duke Godoy?
Well, I'd rather not express any opinion of him.
Why is that?
His reputation is enough for me.
Meaning?
This gentleman enjoys people talking about him for too many reasons. His undeserved titles, more than 10 in just 4 years, and each one more prestigious than the one before.
You don't think he deserves them?
If I had seen him on the battlefield, there might be some doubt. But that is not the case. The Queen would rather not risk losing him, so she consoles him with awards and titles.
So you don't have a very positive opinion?
His coveting French Catalonia does not encourage me to have one.
I understand your point of view. Would you have any more information about the conference Lord Mortimer spoke of?
Nothing at all. Mortimer is very committed to secrecy when it comes to his conferences. But given the presence of Monsieur Peru and ourselves, I think it must concern France to some extent. Otherwise, I doubt he would have invited 3 Frenchmen to his table, huh?
What do you think of Duke Godoy?
Well, I'd rather not express any opinion of him.
Why's that?
His reputation is enough for me.
You'll be able to check if the hearsay is true over these next few days.
I sincerely doubt that. The context does not allow me to give him my trust.
I understand your point of view. Well, I'll be leaving you now. Shall we meet up again later?
Wait, monsieur. Any news of your mother?
Unfortunately not, no.
I hope to speak with her about my deal before I leave. Let me know if you find her. À plus tard, monsieur.
Bon, bah, il y a d'autres, hein. Autour de la pièce.
Chronicles of the Amber Princes. As I recall, Dorkin was my favorite character.
Déception. Bah allez, go.
Saturn devouring his son. Good God, how awful.
Everything in this painting is disturbing.
What can I do
It's the
for
first
you,
time I've
sir?
seen brushstrokes like this.
I am at your service, day and night, sir.
As I was unable to bring my personal effects with me, I was wondering if you could find me a few items.
Of course, sir. What would you require?
Bah rien du tout.
What's that book you're hiding in your jacket?
The Sorrows of Young Werther by Goethe, sir. And I am not hiding it.
Hand it to me, please.
It is damaged, sir. I would never dare lend sir a book in such a pitiful state, sir. I took it to restore.
Hang on, but it's mine.
Beg pardon, sir?
It's my book. I'm telling you, it's my book.
With all due respect, sir, I hope sir will understand that I have doubts. You see, I found it in Lord Mortimer's library.
Huh, there you are then. That's exactly where I left it.
I am quite put out, sir. I don't know what to say.
In that case, I suggest you say nothing and hand it over.
But
Now!
But sir, Very well, sir. Here you are. May sir take good care of it. It is damaged.
And you've damaged it as well? Well, bravo. Bravo.
No, I didn't do anything. It wasn't me, sir.
Say pardon.
Pardon me, sir.
Very good. There were some other things I wanted to go over with you.
Je sais rien sur lui, d'accord.
Go beyond the nightmare. Does this line remind you of anything in particular?
You've caught me unaware here, Louis. Let me think about it a second. No, nothing comes to mind. Sorry, Louis, but I am unable to help you.
Mr. President, what do you think about your counterpart, Duke Manuel?
I'm very surprised he was able to accept Lord Mortimer's invitation, given the political situation in Spain.
What do you mean?
The situation is ready to explode with France over Catalonia.
Well, the Duke must have a darn good reason to be absent and come here, mustn't he?
When Lord Mortimer invites you, Louis, you come. It's always in your best interest.
I wouldn't say that personally, but... Mr. President, can you tell me a little more about the coming conference?
Of course, Louis. That's why we're here. Lord Mortimer or Sir Gregory regularly organize meetings like this to put forward major projects.
What do you mean by major projects?
I'd prefer to let Lord Mortimer explain that to you, Louis. Let's say he brings together influential people in order to consider possible actions to undertake to guarantee the future of nations.
Do you know the theme of the conference?
Not in the slightest. None of the guests know the theme before arriving. But you'll see, everything will turn out fine. Don't worry.
Well, thank you for your time.
Don't mention it, my young friend. Regarding your question on the nightmare, don't hesitate to question the others about it. Maybe one of them knows more than I do.
That's a good idea. Thank you once again. I'll see you in a little bit.
Là, on peut vraiment se balader là. Bon, est-il y a une salle où on peut rentrer maintenant? Non, toujours pas. Mal ça. Je peux monter mais en fait ça sert à rien. Non, toujours pas. S'il n'y a rien à trouver nulle part, autant qu'ils me bloquent l'accès comme ils font depuis le début, c'est chiant sinon.
No, what have we got here? Well, it looks like a model of a lock. As if Mortimer is fond of complicating things sometimes. Let's take a closer look. Judging by the shape, I'd say they're Criollo cocoa beans. The chocolate of the Mayas, the rarest of the beans. Some even say they're an aphrodisiac. When a product is in fashion, People attribute all sorts of virtues to it, not to be given to animals. Dark chocolate beans, very bitter. They're greatly prized in high society. A family ancestor, apparently. A painting about a siege dated. That's what you generally feed birds. Might come in handy. A myna bird. Sarah de Riche? Waldo, you know Sarah? Well, Waldo, is your master good? Sarah de Riche? Waldo, you know Sarah? What? Repeat that, Waldo. Sarah? What about Sarah? Good God, what's been happening here? Well, Waldo, is your master good? I don't really know what I was expecting.
Lui redonner une baie? Non.
Hang on. What's this painting? The Nightmare painted by Fuseli in 1781. Ah, this must be what my mother was talking about. Now just need to find out what she meant by go beyond. Hey, looks like it's mounted on rails on each side. It should lift up, I think. There must be a mechanism somewhere.
Sur la table.
I don't think this book can help me.
Si, ça fait ding. Le tableau.
No. Let's look elsewhere. Aha! I found it. Oh, what on earth is this? A ring lock now? Great. That's all I needed. Now, what have we got here? Well, it looks like a model of a lock. It's as if Mortimer is fond of complicating things sometimes.
Je suis sûr que ça va être ça qui va se correspondre à quelque chose.
It's a complex mechanism. Looks like the third ring is a bit seized up. It gets stuck on number 9.
Troisième anneau. Ok. On tente l'année, on sait jamais.
Well, I got it wrong. It doesn't matter.
Ah, c'est 92.
Well, I got it wrong. It doesn't matter.
Indice dans la pièce.
Hey, there are 2 dates on this painting. 1154 AD and 5154 AL. The 2 dates most likely relate to 2 calendars. The Gregorian calendar and, well, the Freemason calendar.
Donc,
Hey, there are 2 dates on this painting. 1154 AD and 5154 AL.
quoi 9 plus 51, 54, moins... Ça c'est la calculette. Bah non, ça va revenir à... ça fera jusqu'à 4000 chouettes. Je vois pas à quoi ça va servir. Et 4000 de différence. Je rajoute 4000.
Well, I got it wrong. It doesn't matter. Well, I got it wrong. It doesn't matter.
En plus là, encore.
This painting isn't finished, and it looks like Mortimer probably did it. Not bad, but you can't exactly say it's been done in the style of the period. Coup de Lance by Paul Rubens. It's Christ on the cross as Longinus pierces his side with his spear. Rubens, he was a great painter. Coup de Lance by Paul Rubens. William Alexander Mortimer I, the 12th month of Anno Lucis, 5190. That's a funny date.
Ils m'ont dit combien 5000.
William Alexander Mortimer I, the 12th month of Anno Lucis, 5190. That's a funny date.
90. 51, 90. serait trop simple, ce serait un seul truc.
Damn it. Doesn't work. 5,190. I was pretty sure it was right. Maybe I didn't use the right dating system. Doesn't work, damn it. I really thought I was close. 1,190. Isn't the right date when you subtract 4,000? I must have missed a subtlety. A painting depicting the Third Crusade. It's titled Winter Before the Fall of Saint-Jean d'Acre. From what I know, the fall of Saint-Jean d'Acre took place in the summer of 1191. Now, according to this title, it's wintertime on the painting, so it can't have been late in the year of 1191. It must be in the first months of that year, probably in January or February of that year.
Ah, quand même.
Open sesame. Let's see what you've been hiding, Lord Murderer. It shows the forces present in Africa. This is unexpected activity in this sector. It looks like there are also many unknowns, even for Mortimer. Weakness of the Human Psyche by Guillaume Tremor. He says, it is possible to drill an idea into someone by constant daily repetition until the mind gives in. This shows the forces present in America. This is my mother's writing. I've picked up her trail. What is she up to? Obviously, she wants to lure Mortimer somewhere, but where? The only clue she's left for Mortimer is his stone sword. It must be intentional. It looks like a decorative sword, like from a statue, for example. And judging by the state of it, I'm guessing it's been left outside for a long time. I have absolutely got to find out where it came from.
Le mec va se balader avec une épée sur lui maintenant.
It shows the forces present in Europe. It's clear that France is surrounded by her enemies. However, a large number has been underlined in bold. 26 million. I know what it is. It's an estimation of my country's population. All our neighbors have far fewer inhabitants. It's locked. A fine-looking map of the Orient, indeed. Some goat skulls, chicken legs. Now we all know what that's for. I'm a little surprised at Mortimer. I didn't seem as the type to be 3 rusty old nails. They're about 20 centimeters long. Look, a pack of tarot cards. Has he been reading the cards? Mortimer? That would surprise me. It is a typical draw on a line that answers a specific question. To the left, temperance, that announces a reward for one who patiently waits before taking any action. And in the middle, the chariot, which symbolizes triumph and business success. To the right, the emperor evokes a future full of power and stability.
Il y a du bordel là.
Something strange about this table. What kind of experiments does Mortimer carry out here? It's a dissection table. So Mortimer does autopsies here on his desert island. But who is he doing autopsies on then? The little surgeon's perfect collection. Preservation using formaldehyde. Just as disgusting as ever. These are feathers. Pigeon, probably. Looks like obsidian or onyx. Must weigh a ton. A skeleton by the name of Gustav, if the plaque on the plinth is anything to go by. Mortimer's given a name to his anatomy skeleton. That's morbid. Oh, his right hand is missing. That must be for writing the home pigeon messages. Chest with a motif representing the alchemical symbol of fire. Am I seeing things, or is that an actual von Leeuwenhoek microscope? Incredible. Mortimer really is at the cutting edge of science. Even at the order, it took us ages to get one of those.
Il y a des pièces de collection récupérées. Du coup. Quoi le... Le temps masqué, d'accord. Faut prendre les animations. Bon là. Le truc que j'ai pas ramassé. J'ai voulu tout regarder normalement.
Oh shit. How am I gonna get out of here now?
Ça va dans l'autre sens. Attendez, c'est bizarre. Putain, je me souviens même plus c'était quoi pour rentrer. Il y a inversé de l'autre côté, donc là ça doit être plus. Je sais quoi, ici. 6. C'était 1100 ou 5100. 4. Ah merde.
This looks like the same mechanism as the one on the other side. These cylinders rotate on the same central axis, so when I enter a number on one side, it corresponds to another one on the other side. Well, I better not dwell on it then.
Which four-letter word could open this?
Bizarre, c'est le bug. Ah, c'était peut-être sur l'autre côté. Là. Fuck, t'es sur Chevy.
Dante's Purgatory. Why does your mind presume to flight when you're still like the imperfect grub, the worm before it's attained its final form? Charming.
Mot de 4 lettres. Trouve un mot de 4 lettres quelque part. Oui, ça c'est vrai. Je m'en doute, ça...
Many families kept documents of their history, but I've never seen anything like this before. Such regularity in writing them
Quand
up
est-ce
through
que
the
j'avais
generations
dit
for such a long time.
Que j'ai
First time I
proposé
ever seen
mercredi
that.
à Mira, il
Mortimer
a pas
gives
répondu.
considerable importance to his origins. That's undeniable. Well, well. History of the Mortimer lineage. Looks like his ancestors have always sought to improve society, and have had an
Non, attends,
open
mercredi...
attitude towards the
Bah non, pas
arts.
mercredi, c'est sûr. Foot. Football.
Oh, the family tree. Let's see. All Mortimer's ancestors are called William something Mortimer. That happens a lot in noble families, but here it's systematic. Not a single generation ever breaks the custom. Looks like this family is very attached to their principles.
Bah non, là il y a demi-finale mercredi. Et après la finale dimanche, si on y est. C'est ça, oui.
All right. For one, the women of the lineage are not mentioned at all. What a cavalier attitude. Right. Let's see. Who else is there?
On va en lire en haut.
Another at random. William Mortimer again. Only son, him too. Born in 1573 and died in 1665. The Mortimers lived to a ripe old age, that's for sure. Discreet again. The summary states that he was an excellent merchant, and that towards the end of his life, he entered politics? This seems to be the list of grants and sponsorships given by the Mortimer family. From 1685 to 1720, the Mortimer family allocated an annual pension to Denis Papin for his brilliant works in pneumatics and hydraulics. That reminds me of spectacular experiments such as his first submarine, which didn't end all that well if I remember correctly. In my opinion, his lesser-known invention of the steam piston ought to be more important in the future. Well, that's strange. I thought he died in 1712. From 1235 to 1280, the Mortimer family granted an annual pension to Albert the Great, Archbishop of Regensburg, in order to fund his research in the writing of De Mirabilibus Munci, books about the wonders of the world. Let's not forget it recorded the recipe for gunpowder in the form of an anagram. They democratized firearms in Europe, no less. In 1567, the Mortimer family financed the brickworks in Qinhongdao in China, fitted out with 51 furnaces 3.5 meters high, in guise of a protocol gift for Long King, the emperor of the Ming dynasty. In 1645, the Mortimer family allocated a pension to be passed down the generations to the Nérac family from Bordeaux, shipowners and refiners from father to son, a family known for their expeditions to Africa and America. In 1489, the Mortimer family participates in the purchase of the Caravel Santa Clara from Juan Niño, shipowner, on behalf of Don Luis de la Cerda. The vessel will be renamed La Niña. La Niña, yes! It's one of the 3 caravels of the expedition of Christopher Columbus. It enabled him to discover the Americas. Well, you can certainly say that grandfather had a flair for business. In 1772, Lord Mortimer made a donation of £112,000 to the attention of Achille Basmarin, major ship owner of Bordeaux, for the construction of a ship, the Clary. But that's Lafayette's ship. I thought he paid with his own coin. It's even been suggested that grants were given by the Order, but in fact, that wasn't true at all. In 1550, the Mortimer family financed half of the construction of St. Basil's Cathedral in Moscow by way of protocol gift for Ivan IV Vasilievich, one of the most beautiful religious buildings ever built. In 1635, the Mortimer family sponsored the Academy of Mersenne for 30 years in Paris for works in the sciences and in philosophy. That was generous, but not entirely selfless when you think about Blaise Pascal, who developed the first calculating machine at the same time. In 1513, the Mortimers financed the expedition of Ponce de Leon to the New World. That was the expedition that resulted in the discovery of Florida, in fact.
C'est bon.
Well, well. History of the Mortimer lineage. Looks like his ancestors have always sought to improve society and have had an open attitude towards the arts.
Bon. Voilà. 5 mètres. Ouais, 5 mètres. Voilà, temporairement. Que j'utilise jamais, quoi. Bon, on a la boîte qui donne la voix bizarre. Faut trouver le code là. Je mets là. Bon, la voix bizarre.
Which four-letter word could open this?
Alors, première lettre, on a ACZE. Je vais noter. ACZE. Deuxième lettre. ABRE. Ok. Troisième lettre. SUI. Donc c'est un mot qui existe, le truc. NESN. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire avec ça? Mot de 4 lettres. Déjà, première lettre, le Z, je vois pas quel mot on pourrait faire. Zol. Ah, peut-être. Peut-être. C'est juste ça, fragment d'ombre. Bon, grosse fierté d'avoir trouvé au premier coup. Alors que j'étais en train de dire, ouais, le Z, y a rien qui va. Quel mot je peux faire qui commence par un Z en 4 lettres. Et ben bingo. Et ben j'ai pas rencontré Pérou dans d'étranges circonstances, écoutez. Alors j'ai 4 points. Là, je vais avoir des bouquins à lire après. Je peux en lire 2. Science, politique, diversion, psycho. J'espère. Politique, le cerveau, c'est où le cerveau? Oh non, alors déjà, les deux du bas, je suis déjà niveau 2, il faudrait combien? 12 points pour lui, machin. Viser le niveau 2, c'est bien suffisant partout. Là on s'en fout, j'ai ça, ça ou ça. Science. Science. Moi j'ai à fond de science en fait. Comme ça va être diversion et politique où je vais prendre quelque chose. Ah, et ça. Ça, du coup, après, quand je lirai le bouquin, je passerai niveau 2. Si je prends un politique, lire le bouquin me mettra à niveau 1. J'ai le subterfuge aussi. Ça peut être bien le subterfuge. Et du crocheter des serrures, je l'ai déjà fait plein de fois. Ça. Et ça. C'est ce qu'il me fallait. Ça. Là, on en est rendu là. Ah, je peux en équiper encore un autre. Ah, maintenant c'est 3. Ah, alors on est plutôt science, cerveau, manipulation. La manipulation, c'est là où il me manque le moins de points au final. La manipulation sans grande conviction. Enfin, je trouve d'autres bouquins parce que je pense que j'en ai loupé sur ces trucs-là.
This note is about a meeting with Lord Mortimer. There's no doubt about it. All right, I need to find out where the sword that came with it's from in order to find Mother.
You're joking, I hope. Don't tell me you've done that.
Really? How do you expect me to guess?
Oh, for God's sake, just ask them.
Well... Pity, but I've got no time to lose. There's the alchemical symbol of the earth on the lid.
Et le truc de Mélisse, c'est quoi? L'utilisation de compétences sera gratuite.
I am sorry, sir, but the conference room is under preparation and is consequently inaccessible to guests.
Could you perhaps help me?
What can I do for you, sir?
Where did this sword come from?
From the garden, sir. That sword belongs to one of the statues in the garden.
Thank you very much.
Don't mention it, sir.
Dis donc. C'est cool, le truc là.
Sword probably came from this garden, but what could it have been used for?
Ah oui, c'est... un usage un peu plus important.
Well, Monsieur de Richet.
C'est moi.
What brings you here?
Alors lui, qui jette perruche. Je connais aucune faiblesse. Puis-je lui faire confiance? Attendez. Déjà le truc. C'est quoi le tempérament?
To tell the truth, I was wondering the same thing about you.
It's rare for guests to wander about in the garden. I wanted to be alone for 5 minutes.
You look worried.
Worried? No. Resolved would be a more exact term.
Resolved to do what?
What's the point in answering? You wouldn't believe me anyway. I'll be leaving now because whatever it is you're up to, I do not want to know. Be seeing you.
Tell me, aren't you even curious?
Curiosity killed the cat, Monsieur de Richet. I admit, I may have judged you wrongly. Watching you seek out Mortimer's little secrets might even be amusing, if I didn't already know the consequences. See you later.
What happened to you, monsieur?
It's time for me to assume the consequences of my choices. I've sold my soul to the devil. Now it's time to pay.
Utiliser ma complaisance gratuite. Non.
Golden elixir.
Oh, c'est nul. La merde, l'élixir d'or, c'est ça, hein? Cavalier d'altération, super. Dis-moi qu'il y a des trucs dont j'ai pas besoin. Déjà cool. Dans un autre truc.
Ariadne. In Greek mythology, she helped Theseus get through the labyrinth. Looks like there's a crack in the region of the heart. If I recall the Iliad, Ariadne is none other than the daughter of Minos and Pasiphae. She was in love with Theseus and helped him in his quest to kill the Minotaur in return for a promise of marriage if he defeated the monster. She gave him a reel of thread so that he could find his way back through the labyrinth, which was famous for being unsolvable. But once the beast was slain, the gallant was quick to abandon her on an island. Turns out heroes are not what they once were. Let's see. What's going to happen if I've got it wrong? Here's the famous Ariadne's thread, thanks to which, if I remember rightly, Theseus avoided getting lost in the labyrinth. golden elixir. Daedalus. He's the architect of the labyrinth, and if I'm not mistaken, he's also the father of Icarus. Architect and genius inventor. He built the labyrinth for Minos to imprison the Minotaur. I seem to recall that he told Ariadne how to get out of the labyrinth by tying a thread to himself. So, Theseus managed to exit the labyrinth without trouble once the beast was dead. And when Minos found him, he threw him into his own labyrinth along with his son Icarus. Every action causes a reaction. Hey, there's a crack in this statue too.
Bon, on peut reprendre l'épée. Voilà. Trouver la statue qui représentera le Minotaure.
Ariadne. Try something else. Pasiphae, daughter of Perseus and sister of Circe. She married Minos and became the queen of Crete. I seem to recall that her fate was not something you'd want. She was punished for the sins of her husband. She had to mate with the sacred bull of Poseidon. 9 months later, she gave birth to Asterion, better known as the Minotaur. It's crazy to see to what extent women have always been mistreated. When they're not harpies, gorgons, and other witches, they become victims. Alright, well, let's continue anyways. I wonder what this kiosk is doing in the middle of the garden. Too cramped to be able to do much. Well, there must be something going on there.
Oui, où le Minotaure.
Asterion. It is rare to see him like this. In general, he's represented with the head of a bull, with the features of the Minotaur. The famous son of Minos and Pasiphae. Asterion was a son of Pasiphae and Minos, or rather the result of a curse put on Minos. Minos was punished for betraying Poseidon. Of course, as strangely it often happens, it wasn't he who was punished, it was his wife. She had to mate with a bull, no less. From that union, Asterion was born, who everyone knows as the famous Minotaur. Rejected by Minos, he was shut up in the labyrinth so he could never leave. And, as if that wasn't bad enough, he died by the hand of a hero desperate to restore his reputation. The statue has a crack in it. Right. We'll soon see. Asterion. Asterion was the son of Pasiphae and Minos, or rather the result of a curse put on Minos. Minos was punished for betraying Poseidon. Of course, as strangely it often happens, it wasn't he who was punished, it was his wife. She had to mate with a bull, no less. From that union, Asterion was born, who everyone knows as the famous Minotaur. Rejected by Minos, he was shut up in the labyrinth so he could never leave. And, as if that wasn't bad enough, he died by the hand of a hero desperate to restore his reputation. Technically, Asterion is the victim of the story because he's described as a child cast out from birth. Born from an extramarital union because of the errors of his father, he was treated as an outcast all his life. And he died as innocently as he was born. A tragic story, as the Greeks knew how to do so well. Let's go. Minos, son of Zeus and Europa. If I remember correctly, he was the king of Crete. Married to Pasiphae, he had many children, including the famous Ariadne, whom history remembers for her thread. Hey, there's a crack in that statue.
Bon. Je vais reprendre l'épée pour la mettre sur l'autre.
Asterion.
Il y a assez d'épées dans celui-là.
Minos. The crack is in the region of the heart. Minos.
Ouais, logique, c'est de la mettre sur le Minotaure, mais...
Asterion. The statue has a crack in it.
Les
Right.
autres persos, ils sont pas pris de
soon
coups
see.
d'épée, donc... On va trouver un bouton, parce que le fil d'Ariane a l'air d'être bien gentil. Quoi ça? L'eau de mélisse, ça fait... C'est bloqué partout là? Merde.
What is that? It's like a sort of opening mechanism.
What's wrong? Either I'm imagining things or my hand was pricked.
It's up to the just to deliver judgment. Truth unlocks all possibilities.
Faut refaire.
Asterion.
42K déjà.
Asterion was
Ça
the
monte un
son
peu
of
trop vite, je
Pasiphae
trouve.
Minos, or rather the result of a curse put on Minos.
Minos was punished for betraying Poseidon. Of course, as strangely it often happens, it wasn't he who was punished, it was his wife. She had to mate with a bull, no less. From that union, Asterion was born, who everyone knows as the famous Minotaur.
Bon, du coup, c'est
Rejected
Minos
by
le
Minos,
méchant de l'histoire.
he was
C'est
shut
vite,
up
ce
in the
point-là,
labyrinth so he
détruit.
could never leave. And, as if that wasn't bad enough, he died by the hand of a hero desperate to restore his reputation.
Minos. The crack is in the region of the heart.
J'ai des trucs à ramasser parce que du coup, il reste plein de trucs derrière moi. On va être en train de les ramasser. Comme je disais, je vais les enchaîner les jeux pourris là, avec tous les deux. Oh mais merde! Faut que j'aille. J'ai rien laissé par terre moi? Convaincu que j'avais fait. Non.
Golden elixir.
Bon allez, dites-moi que c'était bien Minos le méchant de l'histoire. Yes.
Again?
Et là, il tombe dans l'escalier, il est mort. Fin du jeu.
You can't be serious, Manuel. You know that's not going to happen.
You must leave me alone now. I have agreed to everything. Even to...
Agreed? I wasn't aware you had a choice.
What's going on here?
What now? What else must I do to win back my freedom?
Obey me.
Now get out!
What was that? That's the third time in 3 days. Let's see if you're in there, Mother. A fragment of amber. Bandages. Someone's been patching themselves up. Looks like my mother took advantage of being in hiding to change her bandages, huh? This is silk. She must have used her own clothes. There are patches where the blood isn't totally clotted. That's a good sign, right? She changed them recently, which proves she's still looking after herself and still believes in her chances. Well, I'd love to tell her to keep hanging in there. These bandages are pretty basic. She'll be lucky if she doesn't get an infection. Hey, a Russian ruble. I wonder what it'd be worth today. Damn it, Mother. Now what's happened?
Don't move!
Wait, I'm not armed.
Who are you?
Good God, Mother, what
Tell me who you are!
Bah super, bonne ambiance quoi. Ah, si je vais avoir juste 3 bouquins à lire. Je trouve plein de bouquins là. Alors, on va avoir un truc comme ça. Je vais donner un point. Un cerveau et un ciel. Genre un truc là et un truc là. Et j'ai 3 points à mettre encore. Je peux passer niveau 2 à ça. Si c'est bien d'avoir niveau 2 ou s'il faut que je vise des... Allez.
The only thing I can tell you is that Sarah had indeed changed. In your opinion, Why would your mother remain in hiding over several weeks?
You must leave me alone now. I have agreed to everything, even to...
But you do realize your mother will have to accept the consequences of her acts.
I hope that your search will prove successful and bring Sarah back to us soon.
I'll be leaving now because whatever it is you're up to, I do not want to know.
Since then, we have become one and the same. We have officially erased the identity of my sister Emma. Emily Hillsborough, the woman with two faces.
Everyone seems to be a little unnecessarily heated. Don't forget where you are, please.
Don't move.
Wait, I don't...
So you've come at last.
Easy. Let me turn around. Oh my God, Mother, what has happened to you?
Who are you?
What? But, Mother!
Who are you?
It's me, Louis, your son.
No, you lie. You won't catch me out like that. Louis isn't here. He obeys his mother. He would never have come here.
Mother, I don't know what you've been through, but lower your arm, please.
You think I was born yesterday, do you? But it won't work.
I'm begging you.
One day you will fall.
Mother!
Why are you here?
I'm here to help you. You have nothing to fear.
If only it were so simple. You are evil incarnate. Every word that comes out of your mouth is sharper than a razor blade.
I don't wish you any harm. Really, Mother. It's me, Louis.
Don't speak to me about him. You will never get him.
Mother, stop torturing yourself. It really is me, Louis. How can I convince you?
If you really are who you say you are, what was the saying I taught you?
You've been telling it to me since I was 3 years old, Mother. How could I ever forget it? Always keep your mind logical. And open.
You knew it. You are smart. You're getting me muddled up. Tell me, rather, whose place were we at when I told you I was coming here?
Mother, I really am your son. You can't trick me. We were in Paris. We were investigating an art dealer.
His name?
I just told you, you can't trick me. His name was von Borchert.
My God, everything is lost then. I refuse to believe it's really you, Louis. Otherwise, all this would be for nothing.
Mother, I don't know what happened to you, but don't worry. Everything is going to be fine. I'm here for you and...
No! I ordered you not to come with me.
I received a letter Lord Mortimer informed me of your disappearance, so I took the...
No! 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 It's not true. It's a nightmare. Don't tell me that! Have you spoken to him?
Oh, shit. She's completely panicked because I spoke to Mortimer. It seems she's afraid of what he might have said to me about her.
Did he speak to you?
Mother, I don't know what you're imagining, but don't worry. Everything will be all right. If you're worried about what I might think about Elizabeth Adams, honestly...
Oh, Louis! Elizabeth is the last of my worries right now. I did what I could for her, but it was too late. Very well. Logical and open, Louis. Since you arrived on the island, has anything strange happened to you?
Depends on what you mean by strange. Do you want to tell me about your relationship with Elizabeth Adams?
Louis, I don't know what you found out, but just know that I did everything I could to help her.
You mean the voices that she claimed to hear?
Look, this is neither the place nor the time to speak about it. Now shut up and listen to me. We might still have a chance. Something of utmost importance is going to play out right here.
What are you talking about?
A conference, Louis. I should think all Mortimer's guests have arrived by now, haven't they?
Yes, they have. Since this morning.
Perfect. The conference will be able to begin. You will attend this conference, and you must find out what Mortimer is up to. Don't trust him, Louis. Understood?
But what's it about?
No matter. I'd wager it's about a vast acquisition of some territory in North America. This, however, is not the issue.
But don't you think that...
Louis, I made a mistake by coming here. We are in the lion's den.
What do you mean?
Mortimer, Holm, their guests. Watch what happens. Do you think it's normal that the representatives of the most powerful nations are here all on their own without anyone else? On an island in the middle of nowhere in total secrecy?
No, not really, but...
Louis! They shape the world. They manipulate us. Everything is decided here and now. They create and break states, provoke wars, destitute governments, or decide who will be their leaders. Open your eyes!
Mother, calm yourself, please.
Nothing is impossible for them. They are capable of reaching everyone, wherever they may be. Through high society banquets, they model the future of us all. And it isn't at all an issue for them.
And? What do you propose?
It's time to act, my son. You will go to this conference, and from the inside, you'll do everything you can to prevent Mortimer's plan from going ahead smoothly. We can talk later. I'll explain everything.
But why?
Do as I say, Louis. It's of the utmost importance. Beware of Mortimer. He won't let anything stand in his way.
You promised me that after...
Yes, after. Go now.
Yes, Mother, I'm going. One more thing, Mother. Emily Hillsborough, Emma's sister, came to this island looking for her sister. She probably won't hesitate to take revenge and...
It's the signal that the conference is starting, Louis. Don't be concerned about the Duchess. She's the last of our worries.
Last Supper by Leonardo da Vinci. The last day before his crucifixion, Jesus announces that he will be betrayed by honey, the remedy of the gods.
Respect to any other
Totally wrong, I assure you.
I have suspected it.
Amber.
My son, glad you're here. It seems Lord Mortimer's been waiting for you to arrive before beginning. What a pity your mother isn't here for the conference. I hope I'll be able to see her before I leave. I still have a very important letter to give to her.
Feeling all right, Louis? You look like you're miles away.
Everything's fine. Don't worry.
Lord Mortimer wants to talk to you, Louis. Don't make him wait.
Indeed, I rather believe he did. I heard something about it. But I
A Chinese coin.
I don't know if you ever found what you were looking for in the garden, but Mortimer is waiting for you. I suggest you get a move on.
You say it as if you were afraid of him. I sense that you have things you'd like to say, but something's holding you back. What is going on between you two?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I believed in him. I followed him to the best of my ability. I championed his ideas, defended his decisions, and then, without even realizing it, I became lost. The siren's song, Monsieur de Richet. You wake up one morning, not knowing where you are, and you think about everything you've done for a man who wasn't even worth it. For a man who has no respect for you, who uses you, and who drops you as soon as he no longer needs you. For me, it's too late now. But you still have a choice. Don't respond to his call, sir.
Not help answering her, but she said he seemed quite angry at being spoken to.
But it is not sound, you know. It's not sound.
Your conjecture is totally wrong, I assure you.
I have suspected it for some time, but now I am convinced.
I have already told her so once, by your desire.
Are you quite sure, sir? Is there not a little mistake somewhere?
Yes.
Good evening, gentlemen. Are we ready? The much-awaited conference is about to begin?
That is what we have all been waiting for.
I believe that Lord Mortimer wishes to speak to you before it begins. You should go and see him. Are you quite sure, sir? Is there not a little mistake somewhere?
A chest with a motif representing the alchemical symbol of
Not help
water.
answering her, but she said he seemed quite angry at being spoken to.
But it is not sound. You know it is not sound.
Your conjecture is totally wrong, I assure you.
I have suspected it for some time, but now I am convinced.
I have already told her so once, by your desire.
Are you quite sure, sir? Is there not a little mistake somewhere?
Yes, because she asked him at last, and he could not help answering her, but she said he seemed quite angry at being spoken to.
But it is not sound. You know it is not sound.
Your conjecture is totally wrong, I assure you.
I have suspected it for some time, but now I am convinced.
I have already told her so once, by your desire.
Are you quite sure, sir? Is there not a little mistake somewhere?
Yes, because she asked him at last,
Comment
and
je
he
peux
could not
savoir
help
est-ce que
answering her, but she said he seemed quite
le milice c'est quoi?
angry at being
Quoi ça?
spoken to.
But it
Ah,
is
ah,
not sound. You know it is not sound.
Your conjecture is totally wrong, I assure you.
I have suspected it for some time, but now I know.
A drachma. Golden elixir. I'll keep it for later.
You must remember.
She's not acting by design, is she?
Not as you represent it.
Ah, Louis, I've been expecting you. Thank you for joining us. We are about to begin our conference. Let me explain what is at stake.
Thank you kindly, but what do you expect of me exactly? My mother's the one who's supposed to attend, not me.
That is indeed what was initially intended. Unfortunately, she still hasn't been found, and my guests can't stay here indefinitely. The conference must begin, and it would be truly beneficial to the Order to join in the project. Consequently, I would like you to replace her during her absence. What is at stake here is of the utmost importance.
It's important that the French Order gets their say. And should you need any advice, don't worry. You are not alone, Louis.
Very well. Can you give me a brief explanation of the aim of it all?
Of course, Louis, I was coming to that. The aim of these meetings is to bring together the most influential people in order to think together about the future.
But the future of who?
Of the world, Louis.
Our desire is to steer the destiny of our respective countries for the good of all, and to no longer suffer the random hazards of history.
In concrete terms, how do you organize your discussions?
A conference is always organized the same way. There are two masters of ceremony who determine an important subject.
You and Sir Gregory, I presume.
Exactly. We shall be the masters of ceremony. It was our obligation to each bring to the table several guests in order to debate a subject. Once the debate is closed, a decision will be made by a vote of all the participants.
By a unanimous vote. If the project is not agreed on by all, then it will be rejected.
And neither of the two masters of ceremony have the right to vote.
It's up to the guests alone to decide, Louis. In other words, us.
Gregory and myself are merely the go-betweens. Finally, if the project is validated, each guest goes home and starts working to make it happen.
It can take years.
Can you give me an example of an event that was decided here before being implemented in the outside world?
Well, take the French Revolution. It was decided right here 2 years before its implementation in France.
Concerning the case of the French Revolution, I wasn't invited. But as far as the American Revolution is concerned, Louis, I can testify that we planned it 5 years before implementing it, for example.
Do you often hold this kind of society dinner?
In general, once a year, but in actual fact it tends to be
Mais
events that
jeudi
dictate
c'est mon
our
dernier jour.
gatherings.
Et puis j'ai des pistes pour la suite. Demain, je dois aller dans une agence d'intérim parce qu'il veut mettre mon dossier à jour. Et
How long
lundi
have you been
d'après,
active?
j'ai rendez-vous avec une entreprise.
Oh, this tradition has more or
On verra.
less always
On verra.
existed, Louis. It has continued
Moi,
from
ce que je recherche, c'est
generation to
forcément un
generation.
contrat court. Si on me propose plus de 3 mois, c'est non. Parce que clairement, dans 3 mois, je vais me reposer. Puis si je trouve pas de truc rapidement, d'ici la fin du mois, je me dirais, bon bah on commence le repos maintenant.
Louis, let me keep you a moment. I would like to let you in on a secret before we begin, because I'm going to need your assistance. You see, the project I'm going to present concerns the territory of Louisiana in North America.
It's currently Spanish territory, and I'm going to make the proposition to the Assembly for it to become French.
But how does that concern me?
Well, you see, I prepared this project with your mother. We began thinking about a crazy idea. Unfortunately, Sarah went missing before getting the bigger picture. I don't intend to stop at Louisiana. My idea is to increase the territory of the United States. The first stone of this vast project consists of getting Spain to cede Louisiana to France. Once it becomes French, France will hand it over to the United States, which will then allow them to double the size of their territory. And that's where you come in. France and the United States, hand in hand, two democracies illuminating the world.
I understand, but what do you expect of me?
I want the Order's support. I'm going to need allies to carry forth my project. In France, as well as in all the countries where the Order operates. The concept of royalty is from bygone times. It is time to lead the way to democracy. Take a look at them. Apart from President Washington,
lui, il connaît pas Macron, hein.
monarchies.
Démocratie, quoi. Vas-y,
Really
il a raté ton
they
plan,
won't
mec.
resist? Of course they'll fight, fearful as they are of losing their precious privileges. But the world needs
C'est du
visionaries
49.3 qu'il y a derrière,
like
hein,
you,
mec. C'est
like
correct.
your mother. It's a pity Sarah isn't here to see it. She only knew about a tiny part of the project. I hope I can count on you, Louis. It's time to start now. I must ask you to keep it to yourself for the time being. Take a seat, follow the discussions.
Ma mère, elle m'a dit,
to catch
faut que
up
tu fasses
later,
foirer leur
and
plan.
you'll be able to let me know your thoughts.
Blast it, Mother. You didn't know about everything. His project is commendable. Why tell me to beware? Could you have gotten it wrong?
Confiance à ma mère, hein, même si elle était vraiment pas nette.
My friends, I propose we get started. First of all, I would like to thank you for taking the time to come.
The honor is ours, my lord.
As per our custom, here we
Faites un
are
conseil
all
de vie comme les
together to
autres.
discuss the face of tomorrow's world. Even though there may be certain tensions between our nations, I must ask you to keep an open mind. As Sarah de Richet is unable to be among us, please welcome Louis de Richet, who will represent the Golden Order and will vote on its behalf when the time comes.
Welcome among us, Louis.
Welcome,
I hope
Monsieur
he'll
de
be
Richelieu.
more effective than his mother regarding the protection of the King of France. The Order has proved particularly inefficient.
Come, Manuel, you're not going to spoil our visit. The Order's mission was not to protect King Louis XVI, as far as I am aware.
We are talking about a king of divine blood, for goodness sake. It seemed obvious to me he needed protecting. If the Golden Order wants to pride itself on being an influential organization, it should have kept him alive.
I'm sorry about the fate of the King of France, Duke Manuel. However, I'm surprised at your remark. How can a man like me have changed the course of things where a man like you, powerful, capable of influencing international politics, was unable to do any better?
Perhaps we may begin, Lord
Il l'a pas
Mortimer.
mouché, hein.
Certainly. I have a dream that our nations will continue to support each other. More now
Vas-y,
than
Cofiane,
ever
fais-nous ton
before.
discours.
Dream that, for the sake of common good, we will do what it takes to ensure stability in the modern world. I have a dream that we shall lead by example and ensure that the American territory may remain in peace.
Thank you for the thought, Lord Mortimer. But I don't see where you're leading.
I'm coming to it, Mr. President. I need not remind you that North America is currently divided between the United States on the East Coast and Spain, which occupies the remaining 2/3 of the continent. Well, I propose that Spain cede the center of the continent to France.
namely all of Louisiana.
Louisiana? But, well, it is not for sale. Lord Mortimer, I sincerely hope I have not come all this way just to hear you ramble on about what Spain should and should not do. When we went to all the trouble of gaining the territory a few years ago, it was not just to lose it today. Have I made myself clear?
What did I tell you, William? You speak of union, and yet here you are, about to tear us apart.
Duke Manuel, I perfectly understand you, but rest assured, you will soon adore my proposition. You shall see.
Well, since you give me the choice, my good fellow, allow me to doubt it. However, I am impatient to hear what Spain could possibly gain from the sale of Louisiana.
I never spoke of a sale, my good fellow.
What? I do not understand.
There is one more territory left to conquer, if I'm not mistaken, in the northwest. It is, of course, occupied by your notorious Indians, but...
We shall soon be rid of the savages, so that is not a question.
Duke Manuel, I believe that Spain should cede Louisiana to France free of charge.
This is utterly grotesque, Lord Mortimer. What a strange example you set for your young protégé. Isn't that so, Monsieur de Richet? Do you understand anything of this proposition?
If I were you, Senor Godoy, I would think twice before stirring up a scandal.
I beg your pardon?
Given the size of your colonies, you won't be able to keep them for long. A number of countries are eyeing them as we speak. The United States would have no trouble taking them. For all intents and purposes, you have no army in place. By wanting to keep everything, you risk losing it all, especially your colonies in South America, which are far more valuable to you.
That is indeed the danger, Duke Manuel. If it comes to war over Louisiana, you will lose. And probably a good deal more than you now imagine.
Young man, you are indeed a dark horse, aren't you?
I must say, William, I find your project mostly disfavors me. I thought you were my friend.
And I am, Mr. President. That is why I'm doing everything in my power to calm your expansionist fervor. France, in Louisiana, should persuade you not to attempt anything to take the territory by force. Louisiana is a vast wetland where you would needlessly lose most of your troops. It would weaken you and offer certain nations the perfect opportunity to take back your famous United States. I am protecting you from yourself, George. Trust me.
I understand. But with friends like you, sir, I certainly don't need any more enemies. I hope you know what you're doing.
Am I imagining things, or does it look like Washington isn't aware of Mortimer's plan?
Not to put too fine a point on it, Lord Mortimer, but I doubt the Holy See would be in favor of Catholic Louisiana being handed over to secular revolutionaries and king killers.
I should think Monsieur de Richet has an opinion on this subject, does he not?
Je vais faire celui-là parce qu'il me coûte rien.
Your Eminence, have no fear over that. I am sure France will do everything in its power to protect the Christians of Louisiana.
Ça fait quoi comme...
My young friend, how can you come out with such a remark after the discussion we had on the evening of your arrival? If France was so respectful of worship, it would not be bleeding priests, as it is doing at this very moment in time. Don't be naive. This is politics. The Holy See must be concerned at seeing such a large territory falling into the hands of the French. Mi auguro che insegnerete l'educazione a questo giovanotto presuntuoso, Sir Gregory.
In any case, my lord, I doubt the English crown will agree.
Ich versichere Ihnen, Emily, nie Preußen wird diese Vereinbarung akzeptieren.
Duchess, I am persuaded that we shall find a common ground.
That's enough, William. These are grave times. We don't care about the fate of Louisiana. That worthless expanse of putrid swamps interests no one but yourself.
Speak for yourself, my friend.
Hold on there, Mr. Royal Gigolo. Lower the volume.
Le week-end malheureusement à sa fin.
Home, Godoy, and now Volner? Mortimer's adversaries are ready to tear each other to pieces, and he takes a malicious pleasure in watching it happen.
How
Gentlemen, let us try to remain calm.
There you are, William. See where your projects have taken us, as per usual. Chaos! That's enough. I'm tired. We shall continue this discussion tomorrow, but please be aware that your project will never be ratified. Those who are opposed to this project, follow me. Are you coming with us, Monsieur de Richet?
Come, Gregory, I think Louis would rather stay. Wouldn't you, Louis?
As for me, I think I shall remain with Lord Mortimer, Sir Gregory.
You are committing a grave error, Louis.
Time will tell.
Moutravelo, sache qu'il a été modéré chez lui.
My friends, I would like to thank you for
Il a juste
staying.
un peu de poudre sur la gueule, c'est tout.
What is this I hear about you reinforcing military power in Louisiana? I have no interest in having France for a neighbor, and you know that very well.
Calm down, George. Louis, explain our plan to Mr. Washington, please.
You see, Mr. President, Lord Mortimer anticipates that once France obtains Louisiana, they will cede it to you.
What do you mean? To us? The United States?
You heard right.
But
President Washington, the United States will double in size.
By what miracle have you...
You need to expand, George. You and France are the two major democracies in the modern world. It is necessary that you both become superpowers.
Are you really going to sponsor democracy throughout the world?
Of course, Monsieur Peru. That's why I don't want Spain to get too attached to those weapons. Please continue, Louis. Explain my vision to Mr. President.
Franchement, j'ai pas tout compris.
By going through France, Spain won't suspect that it's you who's going to take possession of Louisiana. They'll even believe that France will be a protective buffer between itself in California and you on the East Coast. If Senor Godoy was afraid that you might take the territory by force, now he is reassured. You would never attack France.
But why didn't you tell me before?
So that Lord Mortimer would appear to be isolated without support.
Exactly. You got it, Louis.
Lord Mortimer retains the advantage by advancing under cover. And for it to work, he needed you to act surprised.
William, you haven't changed. Always one step ahead.
One step ahead?
Hola.
You're joking. More like 5.
On that note, my friends, it's getting late. Mr. President, continue to take offense
pas
to
te
my
ban non
project
plus.
when we resume the conference in the morning. You do it to a T.
Ouais,
And if
essaye,
Sir Gregory has the
bite,
audacity
couille.
to send you an emissary to
Il y a
convince
des
you
chances
to
que ce
go
soit
against
modéré, je sais
me,
pas.
do me a favor.
J'ai touché aucun
String
paramètre,
them
moi,
along
j'ai
if
ces
you
trucs de
can.
base.
The more they believe we are divided, the more we'll have our hands free.
Only
Bah,
too happy to
Travelo,
oblige.
Now,
oui.
let us get some rest.
C'est
We've got a
péjoratif.
big day tomorrow. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night.
Louis, if you have a minute, I would like to ask a favor of you. I'm going to require your services.
How can I be of help? Tell me all about it.
Our adversaries are many, and the closing vote of the conference will soon be upon us. Time is of an essence, so I'll need you to assist me this evening.
How can I help?
I need you to go this very evening to persuade Signor Godoy to join us. He is the backbone of Gregory's resistance. Turn him round, and all the others will follow in such a stampede that Gregory will be able to do nothing but admit defeat.
Lord Mortimer, with all due respect, don't you think I'm the last person Godoy wants to talk to?
I'm sure you can do it. I believe in you.
Lord Mortimer, you're not telling me everything.
Let's say I wouldn't disapprove if the Right Honorable, though nonetheless choleric, Duke Manuel put you in his bad books. If it could motivate him to declare war on France, it would greatly serve our interests.
War? What do you mean?
I told you before the conference. The more we distract Spain from the Americas, the less it will
Ah ouais, parce que le mot n'est pas insultant, au final.
But all the
Au cours
same,
d'une discussion, tu parles
Don't worry.
Tazar de
That's
Norman,
why Mr.
tu vois.
Bonaparte is with us.
Au hasard, hein.
I am
Bah,
convinced
ce mot,
we'll
il peut
be
venir dans
perfectly
le débat.
capable of managing the conflict. And Signor
Travelot, c'est
Godoy
péjoratif.
is not a great soldier.
Enfin, travesti,
He will not
dans
commit
la
Spain to a
discussion,
long
ouais.
war that he won't be capable of managing.
I'll go straight away.
Thank you, my boy. And get some rest afterwards. Big day tomorrow.
Il faut que j'essaie de convaincre les autres pour gagner des points d'XP. Et moi, à la fin, je voterai contre le projet parce que ma maman, elle m'a dit qu'il ne faut pas l'aider. Il y a des trucs à piquer là. On a déjà lu. Là, sous ses yeux, tu sais, je retourne dans la pièce cachée. Ah bah vas-y. Alors attends, je pré-shot, attends. Slash ban Shebi. Attends, je pré-shot. Je pré-shot. Ah, bah voilà, tu vois, celui-là. Là, on me demande est-ce que j'autorise ou est-ce que je rejette. Ah, pareil celui-là. À savoir que voilà, les deux mots, pour moi, ils sont modérés. Je t'avoue que le premier, je pensais pas. Ils ont quand même étudié vachement le vocabulaire.
Golden elixir.
J'en mets 5 de chaque là, ouais. Et les poches pleines des items. Et ben voilà. Ça a été mouché par la modération automatique.
Aren't you afraid our projects for Italy may be discovered before we... Oh. Please excuse us, Louis, but I need to speak with Lord Mortimer in private.
Pas de soucis, faites comme si j'étais pas là.
What do you want, Louis?
I'm going to have a word with Duke Manuel, but you know him better than I do, I believe.
Yes. Avoid any marks of respect and protocol pertaining to his rank. He's not fond of courtly manners.
Thank you for the advice, my lord. When are we supposed to vote?
The conference resumes tomorrow morning. That leaves little time for the little favor I spoke to you about.
Indeed. I'll go straight away.
Alors, dis-moi, qu'est-ce qu'il faut que je fasse avec l'autre là?
I'm going to have a word with Duke Manuel, but you know him better than I do, I believe.
Yes. Avoid any marks of respect and protocol pertaining to his rank. He's not fond of courtly manners.
Thank you for the advice, my lord. I shall be leaving you.
Ouais, enfin, on va pas interdire tous les mots non plus. Manuel Godoy. Putain, je me retrouve dans la peau du mec qui doit convaincre quelqu'un sur un projet, alors que moi, bah, je vais pas le soutenir, le projet. Incroyable. Je peux Ah, ça y est, je peux rentrer chez les gens. pouvoir fouiller, cool. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a par ici?
Dante's Paradise. Raise your head and be reassured, for what comes up here from the mortal world must ripen in our rays.
Okay. Mettre quelques bougies quand même. Je connais même pas ton mot. Hein. Le robot. Qu'est-ce que c'est ça? Ça va être une jeune ça encore. Ah oui non il me dire peut-être qu'en français. Hein. J'ai pas beaucoup de viewers croates, je l'avoue. Non, parce que si pension en français, il devait bloquer tout ce qui est une insulte en étranger. Il y a tellement de mots qui doivent être une insulte quelque part. Faut pas oublier quand même qu'il y a beaucoup de langues dans le monde. Je pense qu'il n'y a plus aucun message qui passe. Yes, il y a un bouquin. Il faut de la littérature. Et bien sûr que je fous.
Golden elixir.
Ah. Nul ça. Bah ouais, ça me sert à rien, on avait déjà. Sortir.
A chest locked with a 4-letter code, surely a word close to the owner's heart.
Idée de connaissance. Je suis là, je sais même pas, je suis dans la chambre de qui là. Ah ça passe ça par contre c'est honteux. D'avoir laissé passer ça.
The Great Work of the Soul by S. Madone. Pure alchemy is a thought, an art that is performed on the matter of the soul. Great alchemists work to transform and perfect the latter by a series of processes known as the Great Work. There are 4 phases to attain the ultimate in spiritual fulfillment. The human soul must descend, be corrupt, in order to become decomposed. It's something like what I felt when I think of what I've found out about my mother. The soul broken up must be purified by the alchemist. Nice program. Thus ends the great work. The incarnation of the purified spirit, the elevation of the soul, now become perfect. Its resurrection, thanks to the action of the alchemist. Except if the alchemist has bad intentions, then it's called manipulation. The soul must be transformed in order to attain sublimation by the recombination of the alchemist. It's tempting. Very metaphorical as occult theories go. The human spirit being the prima materia of the alchemist.
J'ai toujours pas ce mot. Hein. Du coup, quand bien même je serais modérateur, je dirais que t'as voulu dire quelque chose, mais t'as fait une faute de frappe.
Amber.
Je suis dans la chambre de qui là? Quoi le truc de... Dévoile temporairement. Bien. Oh.
A chest locked with a 4-letter code, surely a word close to the owner's heart.
Alors on a Ilose. Essayer comme tout à l'heure de trouver tout seul, hein, parce que là ça me prendrait 3. Diff. Encore Zeus peut-être. Non. Alors, qu'est-ce que ça peut être? crois que je l'ai. L'alchimie, ça va être le zinc. Alors, c'est à chaque fois parce que je vise le Z. Yes. C'est à chaque fois je me dis, je vais prendre la lettre où il y a le moins de mots qui existent. Voilà, c'est vrai qui est. Mais pourquoi tu ferais ça en fait? Pourquoi le croate?
Golden elixir.
Elixir d'or. Pourquoi l'élixir d'or c'est le truc qui ne sert à rien, c'est ça? Ouais, ça ne sert à rien.
Amber crystals.
Mais où est l'intérêt d'insulter les gens si eux ne comprennent pas et l'insulte ne vaut pas en fait? À un moment, faut poser ses couilles sur la table et insulter quelqu'un qui comprend. Bon, bah là c'est bon, hein, j'ai pris ce qui m'intéressait ici. On a des bouquins du coup. Pas assez, pour l'instant j'en ai que 2. Je vais regarder, mais j'ai déjà full. Il y a un truc là.
The signs of obscurantism.
Eh ben, et donc là, on se casse. Ah, et ça change rien. Tu peux avoir des couilles sans avoir de testicules. Être couillu, ça n'a rien à voir avec ce qu'on a dans le slip. C'est une expression. C'est comme un mec peut avoir de la chatte. C'est pareil.
A sisterce.
Oh, enfin, dès que vous accouchez, vous fouinez là. Ah, j'ai mal, j'ai mal. C'est bon. Ça va. Ça se saurait si ça faisait vraiment mal. Ouais. Alors ça, oui, voilà. Justement, je pense que les douleurs sont comparables et je trouve que on exagère vachement le côté de ça fait mal une enveloppe, on se prend
June
pour rien.
11th. August 24th.
Alors qu'on n'est pas à l'orée de la mort, c'est juste que, bah voilà, c'est une des plus grandes douleurs qu'on peut ressentir. Ouais, ici, ok. Oui. Ce que je recherche, c'est des bouquins. Les un érudit. Voilà. C'est exactement ce que je voulais. Par contre, j'ai vraiment toutes les poches pleines. Il y a vraiment des problèmes avec le son des fois. J'ai le son là, il nous a fait des mix entre la voix au ralenti et la voix à l'accéléré.
Locked.
Ah ouais, ça c'est terrible ça. Crocheter. Bah ouais, on va crocheter.
The president's personal reserve of laudanum, and judging by the quantity, he can't go without it. Ah.
Oh.
There's
Ah ouais, toi tu
also
fais
a
de la
letter.
torture. Là par contre, la convention de Megève, tu t'en fous toi. Hein. Bravo. Ouais, j'ai gagné un niveau. Ah. J'ai un 4e quart de cœur si j'étais dans Zelda.
My dear George, I'd like to invite you to join me as planned at my...
On va sortir. Je l'ai, regarde. Bah, allez, vas-y, boîte la gelée. Et voilà.
Great. Honey. Portrait of George Washington.
Le mec, il a un portrait de lui dans sa chambre, quoi. Non, mais le boulard du mec, quoi. Oui.
Carmelite water. They say that if you drink this, it gives you a real boost.
Mais c'est un truc que je peux consommer, ça. Ouais, nickel. Voilà. Ah non.
Carmelite water.
Voilà.
They say that if you drink this, it gives you a real boost.
Ah, mais du coup, voilà, imaginons ils remettent le boulot de bourreau. Est-ce que ça te tenterait? Sachant que c'est pas comme avant, hein, tu as le droit de vivre dans les villes avec les gens normaux, forcément mis à l'écart. Un bon bourreau moderne, quoi.
Monseigneur, His Eminence Cardinal Piaggi.
Ah, c'est ma chambre. On va y voir ma chambre. C'est un beau métier. Après, moi, ce que j'ai peur, c'est la lassitude au boulot si jamais c'est toujours la même manière d'exécuter, genre juste l'injection létale. Est-ce que, du coup, de temps en temps, c'est une pendaison, t'as la guillotine, la chaise électrique, tu vois, la balle dans le cœur. Est-ce qu'on varie quand même les plaisirs?
Inferno by Dante.
C'est important de savoir ça avant de signer, parce que si c'est juste faire un métier d'infirmier à faire une petite piqûre...
Very jolly.
C'est ça, est-ce que ça va être l'exécution, le mec seul dans son coin et personne ne voit, du coup, bah, voilà, une petite piqûre de sédation et une autre piqûre. Enfin, même pas, ils sont piqués, hein, on met ça dans des perfs. Donc à la base, c'est même pas... Même pas tu fais le geste dans la peau de mettre la dose mortelle, tu mets ça dans une perf. Même pas le même métier, quoi, alors qu'une bonne chaise électrique, là... Je pense que tous, quitte à être exécuté, on préférerait l'injection. Hein. Bah, c'est ça, le pédophile, moi je trouve ça un peu trop facile, l'injection, en fait. L'autre, tu t'endors paisiblement dans ton sommeil, alors que bah, tes victimes, elles seront jamais paisibles, quoi. Tu leur as gâché toute leur vie, ce qui peut représenter 80 années de souffrance. Ah, du coup, faut un truc, comme tu dis, au niveau.
Mary Louise of Parma. How ironic having a painting of the Queen of Spain in one's room, my Lord Duke. It looks like someone's hidden something on the back of this painting. It's a letter. Of course, it's written in Spanish.
Ah merde, il parle pas la langue.
And it reeks of lavender. Well, well, Mr. Godoy, you seem very interested in hiding this letter. Another secret romance, I presume?
New joke, une compétence en linguistique.
Mary Louise of Parma. How ironic having a painting of the Queen of Spain in one's room, my Lord Duke.
Oh, moi, j'aurais pas fait ça à la pince à épiler, j'aurais fait ça au papier de verre, moi. Comme les murs, tu sais, quand il faut qu'ils soient bien polis. Tu polis les testicules.
Hey, it looks like someone slipped something in the back here. It's a letter.
Ah
Let's
merde.
see what it says.
Oh, j'ai perdu mes points.
It reeks of perfume, and it's written in Spanish. Godoy, you really are a little devil.
Bon bah, j'ai gâché 3 points. Oh merde.
Prometheus, punished for stealing fire from the god Don Quixote. Talking without thinking is like shooting without taking aim. I have to think about that one. Manuel Godoy, a painting of himself in his room. Now that's not going to help him develop a sense of modesty.
Bah, Washington avait la même et t'as rien dit, mec. Et... C'est ça, tu fais rentrer sa merde à travers les trous de nez aussi. Et... Faudrait que j'essaye d'être niveau 1 tous les trucs.
Charles IV of Spain. Now there's no chance of Godoy forgetting who he owes everything to. Brutus and his companions taking an oath to kill Caesar. Volner's probably still behind the door. I'd best go out through the balcony just in case.
C'est quoi la Let's go pour émission d'intérim bourreau. Bien fouiller les chambres. Attendez. Sans cela que les chambres.
Ah, Monsieur de Richet. You wouldn't have seen Duke Manuel by any chance, would you?
I was going to ask you the same question.
I wanted to speak to him, but no one will open the door. I'm not sure he's in there.
If I want to pass through, I'll have to get Volner out of the way.
Non, c'est bon. J'ai pas besoin de passer en fait.
He won't let me by. I'll have to find another way of getting into the damned room. A Bazant.
Ah, je peux toujours pas rentrer dans la chambre de la nénette là. Regarde ça. Qui là? Bah ouais. On peut pas jouer le psycho là.
My dearest son.
De Bonaparte, il y a un truc que j'avais pas pu faire la dernière fois.
It's a beautiful weapon. Lovely damask blade. It's marked with the initials of the manufacturer in Versailles.
Ah, mais c'est parce que c'est gratuit. Merde. J'ai envie d'utiliser mon point de compétence pour ça. Un autre truc plus intéressant. l'air d'être très important, de toute manière. Ah, je pensais pouvoir rentrer dans sa chambre, mais toujours pas. Voilà, la récompense finale du jeu. Ah tiens.
Leave me, Darishe. I don't feel like talking. Are you gonna keep sticking to me like glue? Hell's bells, I don't deserve this. There's nothing you can do for me.
What's going on? Maybe I can help.
Not anymore, you can't. Not against him. But thanks for the offer.
Who are you talking about?
You know very well.
Lord Mortimer? You talk as if you were in danger, monsieur. Has he threatened you in any way?
I'm done for, Monsieur Darishe. I played with the devil, and I lost.
Don't you think it would be good for you to shed your burden?
That is my intention.
You're worried. You have a secret. You're afraid of talking about it. So you're afraid of what might happen to you if you talk to me about it?
No. My fate is already sealed.
Ouais, mais faudrait que tu recumules des points avec ça.
Follow my advice. Find your mother if she's still alive, and get out of here.
C'est long.
Flee this damned island of doom.
Are we in danger?
You've been in danger since the minute you set foot on this rock. He wants you. He's sizing you up. He is circling around you.
Ça va être long là.
Blindingly obvious, and you, flattered
pas
as
sub
you
avec ce
are,
pseudo,
will soon be
Lucas.
running around for him just to keep your place among his precious few. It feels so good to be accepted by him. You will experience power, wealth, glory. He will give it all to you until one day you will feel so eaten up inside that you will no longer know who you are. You will find yourself void of all conscience, of all freedom. You can no longer look at yourself in the mirror without feeling sick.
Refuse, I tell you. From now on, say no. No!
You're a good man, Louis. You look after yourself. As for me, I shall take back my freedom tomorrow morning. I'm through with it all.
There you go. Back in the saddle. I'm glad to hear it.
Come on. It's late. I'd like to get some rest.
Very well. I'll leave you then. See you tomorrow, monsieur.
Entrez là. Ah bah oui, oui, oui. Je comprends, là. Le lavage de cerveau, tout ça. Le mec qui m'a laissé rentrer dans sa chambre. Tranquille. Ça c'est parce qu'elle est hyper fair play en RP, hein. Faut pas lutter, lui. On va avoir toutes les clés, là. Ça sert à rien que j'apprenne à crocheter les serrures. Dehors, c'est un truc de merde, non? Ah, c'est les guéris d'altération. J'en ai 5 en poche. Ça va bien.
Records of the police. Notes intended for the police lieutenant of Paris. It's a list of people under surveillance in Paris. And there's some well-known names on it. This is valuable information. This shouldn't be lying around.
Allez, allez, fouille, fouille, fouille. Trouve des trucs intéressants, là.
The Massacre of the Innocents, but by Van Harlem. I think that Mortimer likes a pattern with 4 circles.
J'ai la clé, mais je peux le déverrouiller. C'est vrai que ça a été cette supérieure hiérarchique. Du coup, j'attends là sur Cali, si à un moment on me demande comment s'appelle ma femme, ce sera
Dear
Zirgabnar.
Monsieur Peru, I'm writing to thank you for the funds you sent. These funds will be crucial for the renovation of the western... I have no space left. I'll retrieve it later.
Ah, c'est une milice.
Dear Monsieur Perrin.
Merde,
All
j'aurais pas dû
right.
utiliser. Oh,
I've
le
retrieved
con.
everything.
J'aurais dû faire différemment. J'aurais dû d'abord retourner à côté. Bon, ça serait un peu long. Tant pis, je vais fouiller le truc. Ok. Fouiller, ça coûte seulement 1. Je suis où là?
My dear Napoleon.
La sortie. Truc. Mais c'est quoi cette pièce là? Pourquoi il... J'ai dû passer par le balcon du coup parce que cette porte là est fermée, c'est chiant.
Amber.
Mais bon, bah, ça, c'est un point commun que j'ai avec beaucoup de gens, hein, les gens de bon goût. Il n'y a pas que des gens bien qui aiment les chats.
It's Carmelite water. They say that if you drink this, it gives you a real boost.
Oh merde.
It's Carmelite water. They say that if you drink this, it gives you a real boost.
Allez, on va bien fouiller. Ah, le mec, il fait toutes les chambres là. Que celle du cureton, je crois que j'ai pas fait. Ouais, je t'arrive par là. Ça vaut pas Capitaine Croquette. Pourfendeur de mouches. Ça, c'est déjà fait. Allez, on se casse. C'est bon, on a fouillé toutes les chambres qu'on pouvait. Trouver le manuel Goudoy. Je peux aller jardin. Oui. Je vais voir s'il n'y a pas quelqu'un qui parlait dans le jardin. Je suis perdu. Aidez-moi. Non. Non. Non plus. Là. Il y avait un truc, ouais.
A Chinese coin.
Bon, de la sortie. Faut rentrer par là. Dans cette pièce. Oh le labyrinthe là. Juste ça, ok. Encore faut-il le trouver là, le manuel. Ok, c'est là que je suis sorti. Ok, bien. J'ai pas dû prendre l'autre sortie en fait, sinon là c'est monté, d'accord. Retourne. On traverse tout le couloir.
The Song of Roland. Roland feeleth his death is near, his brain is oozing by either ear. With his brain oozing, it's already remarkable that he can feel anything.
Merde.
Atrus, the Miller brothers. Mother expressly forbade me from reading it.
Ah, le voilà. Moi, maintenant, je sais où il est. si je peux pas discuter d'autres en attendant. Discussion au coin du feu avec d'autres là. Non, les autres persos ont disparu.
What can I do for you, sir? I am at your service day and night, sir.
Have you seen Duke Manuel?
The Duke is in the dining room, sir.
I would like to come in.
I am sorry, sir, but that is not possible for the moment.
Why do you ask?
Sir Gregory's orders, sir.
Very well. Thank you.
Good evening, sir.
Bon, allez, petite confrontation avec Godoy. Il n'y a pas eu de temps de chargement. C'est ça. Qu'est-ce que je sais sur lui? Rien du tout. Ok.
Duke Manuel?
Well, well. Monsieur de Richet, I was not expecting you. I am not in the mood, sir, I warn you. What do you want from me, sir?
I see you're still feeling under pressure. Since your arrival, I've noticed that you've been on the defensive. Huh? It seems to me that Monsieur Peru has a knack for getting your back up.
That is the least you can say. Indeed, I was warned. I knew what to expect. For God's sake, why in the hell did your people execute their king? Have the French gone stark raving mad? There are nothing but monarchies in power in Europe. They will all come crashing down on you.
We shall see. It might well turn out to be the opposite.
You certainly do not lack for audacity, young man. Just tell me one thing, monsieur. Why did you side with Mortimer? He is alone, isolated. The United States can do nothing to help you, and France is surrounded by over 10 countries, just waiting for the word to pounce. Really, I do not see why you choose Mortimer.
The Golden Order, my friend. The Order is everywhere. We come from France. We are President of the United States, England, and many other countries. We have ambitions and the means to carry them out. You'll see, once all hell breaks out and your English support starts to fade away. The Order is an international organization. It matters little what governments do. Otherwise, why would Mortimer have gone to the trouble of inviting my mother?
If you are right, Sir Gregory has got it all wrong. Tell me, do you really believe Spain has any interest in ceding Louisiana to France?
For Spain, I don't know. But for you, I'm convinced that Lord Mortimer will thank you generously.
You would not be trying to bribe me, would you?
Nothing could be further from my mind. It would be an insult to believe that someone such as yourself might have a practical attitude towards its virtue. Even so, it is only natural that you be supported and encouraged if you were to follow Lord Mortimer, isn't it?
Indeed, for services rendered, it would be natural for me to receive compensation for the time spent achieving such an...
Du coup, on en sait un peu plus sur lui là. Manipulation et occultisme. Peut-être occultisme, ça.
Taking, yes.
Naturally. And, given your status, my Lord Duke, the compensation would have to be considerable.
Naturally. Tell me one last thing. What would I gain from all this?
If you continue with home, our two countries will become rivals. It could turn into war. Who knows?
It is likely, even.
A war, Duke Manuel. On our own territories. Do you really see yourself committing the Kingdom of Spain to an armed conflict against France? Can you imagine the financial investment required, not to mention the loss of lives and dishonor at the slightest defeat? Do you see yourself being the man responsible for that?
No, But you are the one who's pushing me into it, you damned Frenchman!
I'm not pushing you into anything, Duke Manuel. If you are a man of the future and of progress, as I'm given to believe, you will know how much suffering a war would bring.
Come on, you fool, give it up. You're trapped like a rat.
Monsieur, I am astounded. I did not think you capable, but you have succeeded. I will be more wary of you the next time. Nonetheless, if you can guarantee Lord Mortimer's support, then yes, you can count on my vote when the time comes. However, I expect you to be discreet with regard to my former partners, without which our agreement will become null and void.
Of course, my Lord Duke. You can count on me. Lord Mortimer will be delighted to hear the news.
I hope you know what you are getting into, Louis. I bid you good luck.
Good night, my Lord Duke.
See you tomorrow. Well, that's one thing out of the way. The only thing left to do is wait for the conference to resume tomorrow morning.
Please, leave me, sir. From now on, no one must see us together.
Eh ben, allez. Au dodo. Bon, maintenant faut trouver la chambre.
Good evening, Monsieur le Français.
Duchess, you're here. What a charming surprise. I'm beginning to think you can't be without me.
You have managed to penetrate my armor, sir. Am I disturbing you, perhaps?
That's not what I said.
Ah, by the way, you surprised me during the conference.
Why's that?
Well, you are going to lose. Why stay with Lord Mortimer?
I believe he has every chance of winning.
My, you are a rash one. However, if ever you want to change sides, please feel free to let me know.
But tell me, you didn't come here to try and make me change my mind, did you?
That's the last thing on my mind, although you would have everything to gain by it.
C'est quoi ça? Non. Hop. C'est quelle? C'est l'autre, c'est pas elle. Pas de logique, mais de la psycho. Logique. Comment il symbolise la logique?
Do you perhaps know something that I don't? Come on, Emily. It's time you lay your cards on the table. If you have a good reason for Spain to keep Louisiana, I'm all ears.
Louis, I can assure you on good authority that the Crown will never let France take over Louisiana without taking firm action. Your country has everything to lose, especially now, it being weakened as it is on the home front.
In other words, you believe the aim is to weaken France?
Just an observation, Louis. Louis, if you trust me, you ought to ask yourself why I have chosen home. You do trust me, don't you?
Non, mais lui faire croire que oui, c'est exactement
Of
ça.
course, Emily. You know you have my full trust.
Louis, you're lying. That's not
Ah,
good.
merde.
Any more of that and I might get upset. Admit, though, that it does make you think. There's still time, you know. Join us before it's too late.
I admit, you've sown the seed of doubt, but I don't know how Lord Mortimer's gonna take my last-minute change of mind.
Don't worry yourself about that, really. It's only discussions and verbal jousting. No one's going to die, whatever happens, and Sir Gregory will be there to support you.
Very well. You can count on me to join your side then. But don't tell anyone until the vote.
Promise. We'll make a good team, you'll see.
Tell me, are these visits to Mortimer's always so intense?
Yes and no. My sister doesn't normally disappear like she has. Any news of your mother?
I haven't had a minute to myself, what with the disappearance of Elizabeth and then the conference. Yes, I hope to continue my investigation tomorrow.
Do you have any leads?
No, not really. That's the problem.
Too bad. Can we change subject, please? I didn't come here to go through all that again.
Of course, it's late. You're right.
Voilà. C'est bon. La quête est réussie, là, si je la tape. J'ai fini, j'ai réussi le jeu, j'ai gagné. C'était l'objectif, normalement, non?
Come, Louis.
My friends, do not worry. I assure you that Lord Mortimer's plan will never see the light of day. I shall deal with informing our allies, but for the time being, I need you to make a stand.
What do you think about Monsieur de Richet?
I don't know yet. I feel there's great potential in him. He looks like he can be trusted. And Duchess Hillsborough, why isn't she here? She's busy.
Bon, la scène de pêche-potage, grosse déception. Hein.
Not so fast, sir. She is an important figure. You ought to have a little more faith in her. What are we going to do about Washington? He will be a hard nut to crack. On our chessboard, he is Mortimer's king. Don't worry. Mr. President only wants one thing. To keep his dear America united. He won't jeopardize everything he has achieved on a whim. He has been serving Mortimer for quite some time. It won't be easy to bring him around. Do you feel all right, Mr. Godoy? You haven't said a word.
Please excuse me, gentlemen. I feel tired.
Oh, I see. I think it is high time you left us then. Now!
Ils ont mis un temps de chargement juste pour charger ça. Ça valait bien le coup.
Emily? Emily? Are you there?
Sir, the conference is about to begin. You are expected in the conference room.
Tell them I'm coming. Thank you. Come on, Louis. The game is back on.
J'ai perdu mon truc négatif là.
My friends, the conference is about to begin. Please excuse me if I troubled you last night with my project. I understand that you might well have a few questions to ask. As you know, the final vote will be cast in a few days. This morning's aim is to answer your questions and check the temperature of your respective positions so that we may reach a greater understanding. As always, Lord Mortimer.
We parted in perfect disagreement, my lord. Where would you like us to take it from?
Come, sir. Please let William believe he still has a chance of winning us over. Otherwise, his imprecations will lack panache, and we shall be bored stiff.
Oh, let me reassure you, I am convinced that a good night's sleep has brought sound advice, and that this morning will be even more interesting. Therefore, I would like to go around the table in order to hear everyone's first impressions.
Well, I am still firmly against it, even though my choice won't count.
Against.
Against. Against.
And you, Duke Manuel?
Well, you see, it is more complicated and it...
Calm, Gregory. Don't try to impress my guests, please.
They are not your guests.
Gregory, anyone under my roof is by definition my guest. You included. I would be very grateful if you would let my guests speak. Duke Manuel, you were saying you still had some doubts?
Well, you see, the situation has changed since last night.
What's going on here, my Lord Duke?
You see, I gave it some thought during the night. New arguments have come to light.
What do you mean, Duke Manuel?
Sir Gregory, I regret to inform you that Spain will not support you in this operation. I vote for. Moreover, in response to arguments brought to my attention, I declare war on France.
What? What is he doing?
If you think France is afraid of you, you are dreaming.
Over 10 nations rise against you, young man, and you behave like a yapping little dog?
When the French armies are at your door, my Lord Duke, you will change your tune. Well, as for me, I am for Lord Mortimer's project, despite Duchess Hillsborough's overwhelmingly convincing nocturnal attentions.
What? So Emily was playing at trying to win over guests last night?
It
Elle
was
s'est
nothing more
tapée
than a
toute
friendly
la
little
bande.
chat, of course.
How could it be otherwise? And by the way, remember me to your husband when you see him. And you, President Washington, what is your position?
Ah, c'est ça.
For, of course.
Ça, c'est la
Well,
seule femme du conseil,
That
vas-y.
leaves just
c'est-
yourself and Monsieur Peru, Louis.
You're all making me sick. Look at yourselves.
What?
You are pathetic!
Have you been drinking or what?
There
Ouais,
you
pas
are,
de censure,
whittling
c'est
away. My lord did
étonnant.
this, and Madame Duchess that. You know very well that we're nothing but puppets on a damn string.
Jacques, really?
Let's end the charade. It's over.
Jacques.
My lord, thank you for everything
À moins
you've
que
done
j'ai
for me
déjà
over the
validé
years.
débloquer un
but it
message.
didn't come
Normalement,
for
ça le
free.
demande à chaque fois.
And now I see the price is too high to pay.
Quoi le premier mot que tu as validé tout à l'heure pour voir
Calm,
si tu
Jacques,
remets le
we'll
même
talk
mot?
it over.
No, I'm finished.
Ah, je vois pas ce que c'était.
I want my freedom
Ah, si,
back,
c'était
my
trop
lord.
long.
I shall no longer work for you.
Wait!
De Richet, you just can't help it, can you? Stop trying to play the...
Ah, attendez, lui. Non, mais putain, c'est un métier, à un moment, on va laisser les métiers. Non, attends, lui, c'est... Alors, Perru, étiquette et psychologie...
Oh, man!
C'est l'étiquette. Psychologie, c'est bon. Étiquette, c'était... Étiquette. De couronne ou cerveau, ça marche dans tous les cas.
Monsieur, I know I don't really know you, but you seem like a decent person.
I have done so many horrible things!
You blame yourself, I can see that. Everything's not lost.
I don't want to do bad things that...
Couronne ou cerveau, faut que je
You can
prenne
take control of
automatiquement.
yourself again. You can fix whatever it is you've done.
Do you really believe that?
Of course, Jacques. You'll have all the time you need.
Je suis pas au courant pour la fille.
Look, you've done as much as you can. You have nothing to fear. Your daughter is safe.
Shut up!
Ah, pourquoi non? C'est un échec. Alors, du coup, quel bouquin je pourrais lire après? J'ai couché avec Lady. Yes! J'ai pas débloqué de trophée. Ça aurait été top, c'est le truc. Tu pop en haut à gauche au moment où tu te la tapes. Ting! Vous êtes tapé la meuf. Alors, je peux avoir interrogatoire, érudition. C'est la même chose. Interrogatoire, érudition, occultisme, agilité. On s'en fait les choses. Alors, truc qui court. Donc là, je peux avoir un point là-dessus si je veux. Ça peut être utile l'agilité. Ensuite, il y a un truc qui ressemble à une patoune. Ça, je peux en avoir 2. Je peux avoir un point, mais bon, comme je dis, je vise pas trop. Bouquin, je peux avoir aussi bouquin, non. Donc déjà, ces deux trucs-là, non. Donc je vais prendre 2 patounes. D'accord, ça ressemble à une patoune. Hein. Et bouquin, mais agilité. Agilité. Ouais. Bien. Encore 2 points. Avec ce truc-là que j'ai pas, donc autant me le donner. Comme ça, voilà, j'aurai tout au niveau 1 minimum. Comme chez un joueur du grenier. Les points chez moi c'est des munitions, chez lui c'est des patounes. Bon, c'était un grand succès cette deuxième journée du colloque, je trouve. Hein. Oh. Ah oui, ça fait référence aux jeux à patounes qui sont pas des bons jeux, justement.
I don't understand. I spoke to him only recently.
Monsieur Perrault has lost his mind. It's obvious.
Yet another way for the French to make a spectacle of themselves. Well, once again it has worked.
My friends, let us settle down, please. We are all in shock, of course. Let us praise Louis's gesture anyway. You did what you could.
Yes,
lui, il était déjà du même avis qu'elle, donc...
It wasn't your fault.
There was nothing else you could have done.
I think everyone needs a little rest. Can you stay a moment?
Of course.
Ah, mais c'est ça, tu dis, ça se trouve, ils sont allés taper 4-5, quoi. C'est ouf. Alors, attendez, j'avais dit déjà l'agilité, je le prends. Ça, c'est sûr et certain. Ensuite, les patounes. Ouais. Ça sert à rien. Vas-y, on va prendre 2 patounes. Savoir que la patoune, c'est l'interrogatoire. C'est pas grave. Alors, au moins, il y a niveau 1 partout. Vas-y, costume d'auto.
Louis, I wanted to talk to you a moment about what has happened. All this is tragic, but I wanted to thank you for doing what you could.
I wasn't able to save him.
You couldn't, Louis. You mustn't blame yourself. It is not your fault.
I know this has nothing to do with me, my lord, but don't you think you're partly to blame? It won't escape your attention that he incriminated you before he took his own life.
I heard what he said, yes. Monsieur Perrault appeared to blame me for his condition. I certainly encouraged him to succeed, but I wasn't aware he couldn't handle the pressures of the situation. Of course, his duties in Paris were very difficult. The choices he had to make were burdensome. But that was the path he had chosen. Should I not have helped him to succeed, perhaps? You heard him yourself. His duties as judge got the better of him.
Did you push him into it?
I wouldn't say push, but I did encourage him, yes. I thought it was my duty to help him as much as I could to become the court judge he dreamed of being. I thought he was capable of it. It appears I was mistaken, unfortunately. What a pity he didn't come and speak to me. What a waste.
What are your plans now?
What do you mean?
For the conference. After the disappearances of both Elizabeth Adams and my mother, and now the death of Mr. Perlu, I should imagine that your guests are all packing their bags.
This might come as a bit of a shock to you, perhaps because it was so difficult to bring all these figures together. But I am convinced that none of them is preparing to leave.
C'est l'oiseau, en fait, qui parle.
Are you serious?
They are all very experienced politicians, and though they are, of course, affected by the situation, they know full well that such an opportunity will not come again for a long, long time, if ever. They each represent their nation, and know full well that what is at stake here is far greater than the death of poor Monsieur Peru. You'll see. I am confident that they will all be ready to resume the conference.
If you say so. Allow me to take my leave, please.
Of course. You ought to get some rest. Oh, Louis!
Oui, bien sûr, c'est elle, en train de faire un strip de
I wanted to
recommande.
thank you for your support during the conference. You've made the right choice, and it gives me tremendous
absolument pas
satisfaction to
soutenu, mec,
have
j'ai
you
pas
with me
parlé.
on this project.
What is at stake is worth it, my lord. Now, I won't hide from you the fact that I have no idea by what miracle we could ever get a unanimous vote.
Trust me, Louis. We still have a few more cards to play.
Il a un plan,
You'll
il
see.
va faire comme la nana, il va
Anything
coucher
can
avec tout
happen
le
in
monde.
politics.
I'll see you later, my lord.
C'est ça qui va faire Mortimer, là. Ah, c'est vrai que ça allait être la reprise. Mon plus grand plaisir. Voilà, la gelée royale, je suis fou, bah vas-y, prends de la gelée. Voilà.
I'll see you later, Louis.
D'accord, ok. Ça va toi? Bon, j'ai déjà fouillé toute la pièce, sauf s'ils m'ont remis des trucs. Yes. Moi demain je bosse que le matin. J'ai déjeuné avec mon équipe pour dire au revoir. Et que ça va finir assez tard en fait. C'est pas quand je dis que le matin, finalement c'est pas à 12h30 que je vais rentrer pour bouffer. Et après 2h30 j'ai rendez-vous avec l'agence d'intérim. Fait que bon en fait je vais avoir des horaires d'arriver chez moi. Bon j'arriverai quand même un peu plus tôt que si j'avais fait la journée complète, mais ça va pas sentir le jour de congé quoi. Bah ouais, parce que quand t'as chaud, à un moment tu peux pas enlever des couches en plus. Déjà à un moment quand t'es en slip devant ton PC, tu peux rien faire d'autre. Quand t'as froid, t'es dans votre chambre. T'as froid, et bah voilà, tu peux te couvrir plus, allumer le chauffage. Tant qu'on n'a pas les coupures d'électricité, parce qu'il y a ça, c'est.
Either you or to someone else. Impossible to tell with you people.
Yes, sir.
Your yes is not sufficient. Tell the others, for crying out loud. Remember to close my window once you've done my room.
Exactement.
This isn't Corsica, you know. I'm freezing.
Monsieur Bonaparte.
Don't feel guilty over Monsieur Peru. You did your best. We just lost the vote for the next conference, and we already had fewer votes than Holm. I must absolutely find a solution.
Bon, ça devrait gêner personne.
Yes. Yes, indeed. But I believe if Lord Mortimer is still confident, it's because he still has a few cards up his sleeve.
I hope so. I sincerely hope so. Unfortunately, that vote of goodwill you acquired is probably not going to
C'est ça, quand t'as
suffice.
ton casque.
Well, it's still more than what you've done, isn't it?
I see you have a short fuse, monsieur. As someone who
Là, comme je
just
suis en
started a
duplex,
war with Spain,
quand je suis en
if I were
télétravail,
you,
je suis
I
avec la
wouldn't
vue
get
du
on my
bas.
high horse so quickly.
Ça va,
In
j'ai
short,
jamais
we
eu
haven't
trop
a
chaud.
minute to lose.
Ça
I'll leave
allait.
you now.
Par contre, là où je
Just a
suis en
minute.
ce moment même, la salle du PC ou la salle de ma chambre,
Can you tell me what Duchess Hillsborough proposed to you on the night of the conference?
I was sure you'd ask me that. Not that I hold the Duchess dear to my heart, but I do nevertheless have some scruples. I have noticed you hovering around her since you arrived, and I only have one piece of advice to give you. Don't forget why she came here. And don't delude
bien
yourself.
sûr, baiser avec moi juste pour que je la suive.
Ah, how you love having the last word. Now, Louis.
Non, j'aime pas avoir le
Time is
dernier
running
mot.
short, and as I said, I'm in a hurry. I have to go now. I will see you later.
De ma chambre, moi.
Duke Manuel Godoy.
En tout cas, moi, demain...
Huh, that's me.
Demain, c'est mon avant-dernier jour où je vais au bureau, parce qu'après, j'aurai 2 jours de télétravail, et jeudi, ce sera mon dernier jour. C'est demi-journée au bureau, 2 jours de télétravail, et journée complète.
Next time, I'll listen to my mother. Not a day has gone by without something happening to me. What now?
Louis, open up, please.
Coming, Mr. President, I'm coming.
Louis. Ah, there you are at last.
Yes,
I just saw your mother. She was accompanied by Emily, and they both went into the Duchess's room. I tried to join them, but I was refused entry. Louis, this does not bode well.
Oh, shit. Emily might want to avenge her sister. I must act quickly.
You're right, Mr. President. Thank you.
C'était par là.
I do believe that's Emily's voice.
Emily! Emily, are you there? Answer me! Emily!
I can't understand what she's saying.
Et... En crocheté, c'est quand même plus subtil. Hein.
I can't open it. It must be blocked on the other side. I'll have to find another way in, quick.
Ok, bon. Il y a une autre chambre. De ce côté. Là. C'est dit que le balcon. Vérifie qu'il n'y a pas des trucs à ramasser ici. Il y a eu un ting-ting, ok, quelque chose. C'est chez Napoléon ici. Okay. Ça.
Damn it. It's closed. Seems like the key is still in the lock on the other side. That means I won't be able to pick it. Or I could do as I did the last time in the tower room. I wonder if I can get the key by pushing something underneath and making it fall.
Trouve un truc. Ok.
dearest son. It's a beautiful weapon. A lovely damask blade. It's marked with a map. This should do the trick. A bicorn decorated with a cockade. It must belong to a... Perfect! This card should do the trick. Slowly, Louis. Nice and slow. I must act fast.
Ça y est, je suis enfin dans la chambre d'Emily.
My dear Napoleon.
Ah non, j'ai la chambre de Napoléon, autant pour moi. L'élixir d'or déjà. Non, c'est le côté truc là, j'ai déjà. Hop, on passe sur le balcon. Voilà, voilà, voilà.
It's as if there are several people inside.
Once again, you're the one who's the victim in all this. What are you on about now? I should never have told you what happened to me. That's how it works, and you know it full well. I'm not that naive. I know you inside out.
A letter from
Stop.
William Pitt the
We'll end
Younger,
up losing
addressed to
everything if
Emily.
you keep on.
He's the present. A letter from William Pitt the Elder, addressed to Emily. 2 coils circle the lock.
Dear Gregory, thank you for the information. I've managed to find out about the names you gave me. George Washington is a man you can trust, in spite of his obvious
I
talent.
have no space left. I'll retrieve it later. A letter from William Pitt the Elder, addressed to Emily. He was the English Prime Minister. This letter dates from a devil's thorn, to be used to uncover the best disguised traits. A letter from William Pitt the Younger, addressed to Emily. He's the present Prime Minister of the
Dear
United
Gregory.
Kingdom. All right. I've retrieved everything.
Oh.
What on earth is...
Ah bah.
You... Mother?
How dare you do this to me? You can talk. After everything I've done for you. You are joking, I hope, right? I gave you my life. That's
Oh, bah,
enough,
merde.
Emma. Now that Louis is here, you will leave Sarah alone. Cease your revenge immediately. What? If you think you're going to... Louis, help me, I beg you. I can no longer reason with her.
C'est ça.
I am Emily. Quit playing games. What? Honestly, don't be ridiculous. No. I am Emily. You are wasting your time. Louis knows very well how to tell us apart. After everything we've been through together.
Yes, well...
Don't you dare bring him into this. This is between you and me. I ask for nothing
Ah
more.
écoutez,
So
foutez-vous à
stop taking
poil.
it out on Sarah.
Comme ça, je saurai qui est qui.
You prissy little bitch! How dare you! Now that I've told you everything, you want to take my place, do you? You are joking, I hope. I'm the one who told you everything that's been going on while you were away. Go on then. That's what you want, isn't it? You want to kill me. Go on then, shoot! After all the trouble I've gone through to find you. Go on. What are you waiting for? Here, Louis, take this.
Wait, What's going...
An entire life for this. Go on, shoot. Sorry, Louis, I can't shoot her. She's my sister. That's enough, Emma. Louis, out of the way. She's dangerous. Don't trust her. What are you trying to do? Louis, out of the way. I am not Emma. Come on, Louis, tell her who the real Emily is.
En fait, Emma et Louis,
I'm fed up with this
vous
little
m'embrouillez
game.
là.
Tell him who the real Emily is.
Why do these things always happen to me?
Well, Louis, come on, you know how to tell us apart, right?
Yes, but I'd like to ask you a few questions to make sure there's no doubt.
Rational and open, Louis. Let's see. How can I tell them apart? Wait, I've got an idea.
On the night of our arrival, on the wharf, something happened to me. What happened exactly?
You felt unwell. You had a nosebleed, and I offered you my handkerchief. I told her all that already. It was me who told you.
Right.
Ça,
Let's find
ça que je disais,
something
écoutez-vous à
else.
poil.
Ah, yes. Let's speak about my arrival at the manor.
On the night of our arrival, we were warming ourselves in front of the fire. Mortimer welcomed us in a very odd way. What happened?
It won't work, Louis. It wasn't Mortimer who welcomed us. It was Sir Gregory. Sorry, Louis. I already told her.
Very well.
Let's try something else.
On the first night, we went up to bed, but I wasn't tired. I went for a little stroll. Do you remember if we saw each other that night or not?
No, not after going up to bed. That doesn't prove a thing. I was the one who told you that. Don't think you're going to get away with this deception so easily. I can assure you, you're going to regret pretending to be me once Louis has exposed you.
Right. I don't think I'll get very far like this. I'll have to find something better.
Oh, I don't think I'll even wait until he's finished.
Take it easy now.
Are you mad,
Je suis sûr que ça
Louis?
va être la question des larmes qu'elle a versées.
I better act quickly if I don't want things to get out of hand.
Come on, she's putting one over on you.
Celle qui sait qu'elle a
Look
pleuré.
at yourself for
sera la
crying
vraie.
out loud. You were prepared to shoot me down.
In the secret room behind the study. Talk to them about what you've been doing. Maybe they haven't spoken about it between each other yet.
On the night of the disappearance of Elizabeth Adams.
What about it? What do you want to know about that night?
Ah, attends. Déjà. Manipulation, non. En fait, ils m'ont donné un indice. En fait. La manipulation n'a pas marché. Alors, c'était peut-être les deux. Donc... Pas d'interrogatoire, pas logique. C'est à quelle tête? Interrogatoire logique. Pas la patoune. Pas le... Pas mal ça.
Before going to bed, we found ourselves in an odd situation.
You surprised me searching through Mortimer's secret gallery. Behind the chimney. You were looking for clues about your mother. That's enough! I've had enough of this charade. Louis, there's only one way to tell us apart. There's just one thing I didn't tell her about in detail. Too bad for you, Emma. I didn't want it to come to this, but you leave me no choice. Ask her about you and I. You just lost, Emma. I indeed didn't tell you everything about it. Come, Louis. Speak about our intimacy.
Very well, let's talk about us.
Je sais pas laquelle je me suis tapé.
Describe last night, please.
Louis, it's embarrassing. You know full well what I did last night.
I want to hear you say it.
We spent it together, of course. What? I came to your room after the conference, and excuse me if I don't go into the details, but I was mightily impressed. What did you do? Look how you are reacting, Emma. It's not surprising I didn't tell you about my night with Louis. You slut!
That's enough, both of you. Now I know who the real
Mais
Emily
non,
is.
tu sais pas, c'est Emily, mec. Bah, pour moi, ça répond pas du tout. Il a pas posé la question que je voulais. Ah, déjà, attendez. Ah oui, je peux même pas mettre pause. Emily, c'est celle qui est avec le début, c'est celle qui est avec nous depuis le début. En fait, je sais, c'est avec elle que j'ai couché, d'accord. Mais à aucun moment, je pouvais savoir que c'était Emily. Parce que ça pourrait se trouver dans ma chambre, là, donc... Ah, j'ai peur de me gourer. J'ai pas envie de me gourer, moi. Tu dirais qui, toi? Moi, de base, j'aurais dit... bah, la dernière question, lundi en erreur, parce que c'était supposé machin. C'est full random. La logique du jeu, en plus, là... Allez, vas-y.
It's you, Emily.
No, Louis! She is manipulating you!
No, Emma. It's her. I know it. Despite all the trouble you've gone to put one over on me, I know it is her.
That's enough now, Emma. You little slut! Don't think you are going to get away with this so easily. You are going to stop your little game right now. Never! I am Duchess Hills. No!
Emily?
I am the Duchess.
But...
You don't. Dear God, what have I done? See what you've done. See?
Louis?
Mother!
Elle se relève comme dans Saw.
Go away. You must go. Everyone is going to arrive.
Louis, what's going on?
Duchess? Is everything all right?
Come on, Louis. There's nothing more you can do.
But I...
Leave us.
Emily, what's going on?
Mother, go to the crypt. I'll meet you there.
I'll be waiting for you.
Emily.
Madam, I am coming in.
C'est même pas si j'ai eu raison, là.
Bound to end like this, Louis. Let me stay with her. Please. Go. I'll cover you.
Bon. Il avait raison.
Vercingetorix throws down his arms at the feet of Julius Caesar by Royer, two great army chiefs. Good God! They're all here. They must have heard the gunshot.
Where is Lord Mortimer?
Can anyone hear anything through the door?
Did you hear that? I was not dreaming, was I?
Certainly not, Duke Godoy.
What's going on?
Someone had the bang coming from the Duchess's room, and she isn't answering.
Gentlemen, go back to your rooms. Go back to your rooms. I shall find out from Lord Mortimer what this is all about. Thank you.
My instructions are clear, sir. No one is to enter.
Bon alors, comment on sort dans ce labyrinthe?
Atrus, the Miller brothers. Mother expressly forbade me from reading it.
Voilà.
Louis! At last, there you are.
Mother, wait,
Come, we have to be quick.
No, wait, Mother,
Time is running out, Louis. First, we must...
No! That's enough. I won't go a step further unless you explain to me what is going on here. I'm begging you. Talk to me.
You must trust me, my son. You are not ready yet.
You're the one who should trust me. Tell me what's happening.
You would never believe me.
I came all the way here for you. Now I've found you. I'm ready, Mother.
If only... Louis, I have always taught you to keep your mind open and logical. I know you are going to find it hard to believe, but what I am going to reveal to you is entirely true. Many years ago, I found out that demons really do live among us.
I beg your pardon?
And that they can influence our thoughts.
Mother, listen to yourself. I know you're exhausted, but for crying out loud, listen to what you're saying. Demons? What next? An ancient monster with a head like an octopus? What do your demons look like? Have they got horns and a pointed tail?
No, these are not creatures with billy goat's legs. Forget your Christian folklore. Imagine them more as parasitic spirits. They possess their hosts and direct them from inside.
Parasitic spirits?
Yes, they are capable of going from one body to another as they see fit. And 2 of them are present on this island.
Right, so let me guess.
Mortimer, oui.
Lord Mortimer and Sir Gregory, right?
You felt it too?
No, even if Home does look the part. But I don't know who else could do it, given that we're on their territory.
Many years ago, well before you were born, I crossed paths with one of them. Since then, I've spent my life trying to find it again. When we recovered the Alizif, I was persuaded that von Burchard was working for this demon in one way or another. but I thought he would hand the book to a middleman during this conference. That's where I made an error that could well turn out to be fatal. The one who Burchard was meant to give the book to was none other than the demon in person, Mortimer. Not to mention that Holm had sent Volner to get it for him.
Holm and Mortimer are demons?
They both seem to disagree about many things, but I'll admit I never knew exactly why. There are many of them, Louis, not just those two.
Mother, have you any proof to support any of this?
Of course, but you do too. You had everything laid out in front of you. Didn't you notice anything?
Well, those property deeds across the world, all signed by the same hand, and over several centuries.
I am proud of you, Louis.
I found your notes, written in lemon juice.
Where all eyes size you up. At one stage, I was so afraid of losing my mind that I noted everything down. Congratulations, Louis. Wait, please tell me you didn't open Pandora's box.
The urn? Yes, I did. Why?
Too bad. We'll deal with it later.
I came across his family tree, in his study.
An only son.
Since the Third Crusade.
The fall of St. John of Acre, Louis. The fall of St. John of Acre.
I went beyond the Nightmare Mother.
You understood the Masonic date.
1191.
Of course! It was during that siege that the demon took possession of Sir Mortimer. They spent a whole night in conversation until the early hours of the morning. Mortimer had passed the test. He had charmed the demon, and so it chose him to be its host for centuries to come. But tell me, did you find his secret study?
I did indeed.
Did you see his maps of the world?
He has contacts the world over.
Yes, I've been developing the Golden Order across the world for many years, and I've never seen anyone with such influence. It's simply inhuman.
I must admit, I found it difficult to understand how and why Mortimer didn't have a place in history.
On the continent, Mortimer and Holm are mere dandies who organize society balls. History forgets them with a disconcerting facility. No one speaks about them, and yet they whisper in the ears of kings and presidents.
You mean the conference?
How can you explain that someone manages to bring together so many important figures without anyone knowing?
And without any security or personnel.
Louis, I am proud of you. You came all this way. You found me. You have surpassed me.
You taught me everything I know. Right. How did it all begin?
I saw him!
What do you mean you saw him?
I was 20 years old. I was young and carefree. I traveled the world in search of adventure. In the Persian Gulf, we came across an ancient grimoire that became unlocked. Composed of 7 parts, each one was a book in itself, set in a sort of metal armor that structured the whole thing. When all the volumes were brought together, they formed a single book. On my return to Paris, I set to studying these pages. I spent all my days and nights studying them.
Oh, I can imagine you doing that.
But the writing was in a language I had never seen before, developed well before Sumerian, in my opinion. So I got the idea to form a small occult circle composed of all the major names in the occult world to see if anyone else could crack it.
And you found no one.
And I found someone, Louis. I found him. Or rather, he found me. He was young, charismatic, he was flamboyant.
You mean Mortimer?
He was a veritable mine of knowledge. I showed him the book, and he was able to decipher a few passages. We spent several months together studying the pages. He helped me understand certain passages. Until I realized that he only translated a few parts for me, but I had aroused his interest. It was too late.
How so?
I mean to say he manipulated me. He used me, and in the end, he stole the book with all its secrets.
Did he ever go to your place?
Not once. At least I don't think so. But before disappearing, he proposed a pact between us. He proposed that I follow him and let him teach me, allow him to bring me up.
And you accepted?
Please don't be stupid. You don't make deals with the devil. After that, I spent my whole life looking for him. 3 years later, in Berlin, I just missed him. In London, I lost 6 members of the order in a chase. In 1741, in Tunisia, I found a sect of fanatics who had crossed paths with him once. 1741, in Poland. 1749, in India.
8 years ago in Venice.
We agreed never to speak about what happened in Venice, Louis.
You agreed, and that was before you spoke to me about demons. Wait, the baby we delivered, you and me, that night in Venice, did he have anything to do with Lord Mortimer?
The child was his son.
We stole his son? Are you insane? I always thought we took him to save him.
That was the case. It was precisely to save him from his father.
Need I remind you the mother died during childbirth? What became of the child?
Later. For the moment, that is not the key issue here. Once we found the Al-Azif in Paris, I followed von Borchart's trail here. I didn't think it would lead me straight to the demon. It was careless of me. He toyed with me for a few days, until I caught on, until I saw him as he was. But he had no intention of letting me leave. We are all his pawns, Louis, and if we don't want to spend the rest of our lives turning round in circles here, we must absolutely get off this island. All right, can we move on?
Wait a minute, one last thing. I want to know what happened between you and Emily's sister.
Great responsibility often brings difficult choices, Louis. That's all you need to know.
Mother, I won't take a step further if you don't answer me.
You dare blackmail me?
I'm listening.
All right, I used her. So there you are. Happy now? We had the Al-Azif, and I didn't think we would be able to escape with it. In order to ensure that the book did not fall into their hands, or that one of them couldn't read in us where we had hidden it, I asked Emily to...
Emma!
Yes, or rather for me, it was Emily. So I asked Emma to hide it without anyone seeing, and then I disposed of her. I am sorry for her, but she was part of the Golden Order, Louis. She knew the rules when she joined.
What was going on with the cannons in Tuscany?
It was nothing.
Since when does the Order finance wars?
The cannons for that Bonaparte fellow? Listen, once in the lion's den, I did whatever I could to appear legitimate. So yes, I pretended to be interested in Mortimer's project about a young military man who was seeking funding for a foundry in Tuscany. Between you and me, if buying China would have enabled me to escape, I would have signed without hesitation.
Samuel Ritter du Choix, you wanted to send me a letter about Godoy.
I wanted you to run a check on Duke Manuel. But frankly, it doesn't really matter anymore now. Godoy is just a pawn like the others. He is not the one I was looking for.
Are you going to tell me what happened to your hand?
Better than that. I shall show you.
On the evening of my arrival, Cardinal Piaggi came looking for you. He was determined to give you a letter.
More of his lists. Louis, I think I know what's in that letter, and I beseech you to believe that it is the least of our worries. We can sort that out later.
I want to know what happened with Elizabeth Adams.
Louis, we haven't time for those details.
I'm sorry, Mother, but I want to know.
She was one of the receptacles for these monsters. I met her parents when she was born. One of the demons got inside her. The demon used her to spy on her father, John Adams. He is one of the founding fathers and vice president of the United States, you know.
Mortimer possessed her?
No, I don't think it was Mortimer. Her father, John Adams, hired me to tend to her, but the evil in her was too deep. In spite of the various treatments I tried on her, I never succeeded in getting it out of her. It's not something I'm proud of, Louis, but I had to try everything.
Do you know who killed her?
Absolutely not.
What did you negotiate about the Al-Azif with Volner?
Absolutely nothing. I managed to pull the wool over his eyes until I found a way to flee.
Good. I think that's about right. We shall speak about it once we get back to France.
Great actions for humanity have been decided by demons for centuries, Louis. They are playing with our destiny. We are their slaves. And it's time for it to stop. By the way, what was Mortimer's project at this conference?
He wants the United States to occupy all the North American territory. France should recover Louisiana and give it to the United States. In that case, the Americans would just have to push west to chase the Spanish from the continent once and for all.
And as Mortimer controls Washington, you may just as well say that it will put him at the head of a world superpower. We should do our utmost to put a stop to Mortimer's plans. But for the time being, there are more pressing matters.
Are you going to tell me why we're here?
There. That's why we are here.
Alors, j'ai pas assez de bouquins à lire, dis donc. Quatre points à donner. T'es niveau 2 ce truc-là. Politique. Une interrogatoire.
Reassure me, we aren't going to have to force that one, are we?
I don't think we're even capable of...
Allez, moi j'arrête là. Je vais aller manger et ce soir sera du RP que je lancerai aux environs de 20h. Donc je vous dis à plus tard ou bonne soirée, bon courage pour le boulot de demain. A plus.